Hello. Check, check, check. What the fuck? Yo, what's up, everyone? It's good to be back. It's good to be back. I've been sick. I had to get a root canal on Friday. On Thursday and Friday. So yeah, sorry. But I'm back. I forgot how to use YouTube. Make sure you click like and subscribe. Cool, 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 cool. The XAI guy definitely got fired. I noticed he had blocked me on X, so that's when I went ham. Sorry, man. You can't disrespect me like that. It's not in your best interest. Fuck 'em. Uh... Oh man, so many things to talk about and do. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, I'll look at whatever stock. All right, Immunity Bios traded the most. Corvus put out more data. Should we check that out? What's Immunity saying? CD19 cart results. Corvus, Wrapped. What's Wrapped doing? GSK's buying Wrapped. All right, Nvidia's down. Ondas. This is a weird one. Totally bizarre company. Intel had a lot of debates in my Discord over Intel. I think I'm pretty bearish. We'll see how that goes. Lightwave Logic. What the heck is that? Uh-oh. $35 million drop. What the? It's like a maybe a reverse merger? I don't know. I'm interested in all things light now. What else is going on? Okay, nothing too crazy it looks like. We might want to look at the Corvus data. Let me see if there are any requests on Godel I can get to. Stock requests. Somebody asked for SAP. I haven't paid too much attention to this channel, unfortunately, but I can always do it now. I need you guys on top here. That's what she said. Okay. I don't know VRT that well. Am I in GitHub? Of course. What, are you crazy? What do you think I do for a living? The wait is over. All right, let's see here. SAP is German. Okay, we're getting Q4 earnings season is basically underway, right? Who do we have this week? How is QCLS going? Ask me again in 5 minutes. I'm just going to do this real quick. SAP. German. So German. Don't use Oracle. I can't do a German accent. Like I studied a little German. Einhund? That's Duolingo. That's not really studying, is it? Das Mädchen? SAP really growing like that? Okay, it's too early. Didn't know you were out? Out of what? Out of jail? Homie, I've been out of jail for a long time. 3.5 years almost. First day out, dropping a big rap. I think that's the first day out rap. Is that like a protocol? I think if you're a rapper, it's your tradition. Is that right? Oh, look at that. QCLS appoints AI systems leader to board of directors. Well, that is my baby mom. Let's go. Nah, I can't quit streaming. I'm addicted to it. Capper news. The capper. What? These guys are clowns. The FDA is sussed out. They want the whole CSR. Damn. Yeah, so the new board appointment on QCLS, I think it's a very exciting thing, but I'm not going to talk about it too much if you guys don't care. Do you want another gambling account? Let's see here. I might do it. I might do it. Godell's going great. Bay Street, what's up, man? Why the long break? I don't know if I have it in my heart to run up another account and then watch it all come crumbling down again. It's a lot. Yeah, congratulations. First board of directors appointment. Yeah, right. Bay Street's right. So I was waiting for my Uber and he took like 2 or 3 wrong turns. And I don't think at the moment there's, I mean, QCLS. Yeah, I mean, look, there's some things I can't talk about online, but on stream that the company has to talk about. I'm not the CEO of the company or anything either, so keep that in mind. But I think we'll see how much cash the company has in the next 10Q. I still like Spruce. Just gonna take its time. All right. Gambling is investing, sort of. I agree with that. Investing is sort of gambling too. So anyway, I was sitting down waiting for my Uber to come, and this woman next to me is waiting too, and she lets out, this is the lobby of my building, and she lets out this like disgust sound. She's like, ugh, and shaking her head at the phone. And I'm like, yeah, man, my Uber's late too. Is your Uber? And she goes, no, Donald Trump. And she shows me her phone, and I'm like, oh yeah. Donald Trump. Ugh. Oh, it's funny that SAP says we're in a quiet period. Happy New... Oh, what's up? Scotty, welcome to the world. Austin, way to go, man. Yeah, it was so like on point for freaking like liberal white Karen. Ugh, Donald Trump. Oh. I wanted to be like, you know, because my car just rolled up as soon as we were having that conversation. And I should have just been like, oh, sorry, bitch, 2 more years. Have a nice day. What's up, Seinu? What's up, Mason? Yeah, short break, a little longer than maybe I wanted, but we are back. Hopefully, can do every day. Very busy with the company. All-time high revenue for Godel, so a lot of work. I never really invested in Grail or traded it too much. What's up? What's up? What's up, guys? I kind of want to make this stream more about you guys than me. You know, so like the trading stuff is entertaining for some people, but it's really like, honestly, as you guys know, like just me brooding the whole time, which isn't that entertaining. I mean, if you had a, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure that would be that entertaining. Deplish, what's up, man? Super cycle commodities, metals. I don't know. Yeah, that's not my thing. Metals mining. Never followed that sector. I mean, to some extent, you know, shouldn't be too surprising given the, you know, semiconductor kind of dominance in the economy. But I don't know. Okay, so we have IFRS and non-IFRS. Corvus, oh yeah, guests would be fun. Yeah, we could try some new stuff for sure. I kind of... For me, you know, I want to make sure the stream is productive for me because I do have a business to run, and if I don't focus on that, you know, I can succeed at a stream and fail at a business. That would not be good. Not that I, you know, our business has done great, but I just kind of want to make sure that you know, the stream is sort of a way to do both at once, but I also want to make sure that that's the case. Yeah, still likes Spruce. Yeah, Corvus is Eczema data is out. We'll look at that right after SAP. SAP, the software giant. It's 2021. Europe is just so funny, and like, so apparently in Germany, oh wait, am I looking at the wrong thing? I might be. In Germany, shit. In Germany, sure, yeah. In Germany, the if you do a Series A or you know, a private, you have to read out the entire thing in front of a notary. The entire agreement, you know, every page. It could be hundreds of pages. Every page of every document. So that some people have said that it's just like sometimes a 6-hour process to listen to. How crazy is that? Could you imagine? It's like, so nobody sues each other. They know this is the agreement. This is what we're getting into. Nuts. It's only proper that the two sides have to listen to the agreement and agree in person with a notary present. If you're going to do a business deal, that's the way it should be done. How crazy is that? All right, so SAP has not been really growing until recently. So they had the kind of like, will they get destroyed by SaaS moment? And they became SaaS. Now they're growing 10%. Although, probably like high single digits. No kidding, JJ. QCLS, the company's just getting started. It's going to be a lot of fun to try to build it. I'm not Mr. Hardware. Physics is like my weak point. I'm having fun learning some of this stuff, but I'm looking forward to bringing on smarter experts. Chelsea obviously knows a lot more about computing than I do. But I have a good nose for opportunity, I think. And I do think that I also have a bunch of experience in Torch and GPUs, direct programming of GPUs. And I mean, the whole thing's Matmuls. So at the end of the day, if you can do Matmuls faster with light, why not? So I think you guys know my thesis there. Yeah, so just looking at like the 10-year picture of SAP, 22 billion in revenue in 2015, maybe do 37 billion. These are euros. Revenue this year or 2025. Yeah, I'm an advisor, I think technically sail away, but yeah, so we can't vibe code SAP products. Enterprise software is an enterprise, especially at what SAP does, enterprise resource planning with HR across multiple sites and things like that. I mean, I'm trying to think if one day we could vibe code this thing. In some ways, their days are numbered, right? Because right now, the most complicated enterprise software is still safe. That's a good question. Ball is life. It's very hard to learn computer hardware. Having a background in computer software, I'm not even sure it helps that much, honestly. It may actually lull you into a false sense of knowledge. Yeah, it might. I think you have to know electronics. Replic's great. Replic's our friend. We still do crypto, yeah. Yeah, agreed, Warren. 9470, I agree. Learning semiconductors is very, very, very difficult. Semiconductor science is not a joke. My background in chemistry helps quite a bit, believe it or not. But you have to deal with several different sort of scales. Drugs have a nice feature in that with drugs, if you have like, here's a binding cavity, if you will, and you have the different energetics of the drug. This part maybe is orange. This part is green. You can design your drug to be something like that. Here's a little cyanide for you. So you have like a relatively, you're always dealing in nanoscale. Semiconductors, you have the smallest scale, it's like PN junction or something like that. When you're, the sort of transistor level. And this is stuff that, you don't have to worry about mostly, I don't think, but I think you depends on what you're trying to do, I guess. And then you sort of have to worry about the, I don't know if you call it microscale. And then you have sort of the device scale. So you have to, and the device scale is like topology and layout of the circuit. So ultimately you're going to produce some kind of unit that's on some board or something like that. And you have your circuitry and your logic layouts and stuff like that. And on the micro side, it's kind of like sort of I guess I think of it as assembling these guys into smaller units. Like, maybe that's a, I don't know, power unit or something like that. This is an analog digital converter, whatever it is. You have a bunch of different blocks and you have to put them, sort of arrange them on a chip such that it makes sense. And so you sort of 3 levels to think about. You're probably better off thinking about this middle one, maybe, and then learning this one. Probably avoid the science. It almost doesn't matter. If you want to learn it from an investor's perspective, if you want to learn it from an entrepreneur's perspective, I think you probably want a little bit of that. So I don't know. That's kind of one way to look at it. Depends on how deeply you want to understand it too. In some ways, one of my favorite ways to learn an industry is to read the patents. Patents have so much knowledge in them and so much insight. It's one of the most underread, underappreciated, underrespected kind of areas to learn things from. Patents have to teach. That's the mantra of how patents work. Okay. Okay, cool. I got the SAP transcript right on Godel. Love that. New feature. Oh, man. Tran is TRAN. This is the wrong call, I think. This is not SAP Germany. Orchid's open. Data centers in space. Yeah, I haven't had Saputo cheese. Oh, Saputo Canada. Oh. Is that why? Yeah, I still like Sarepta. Yeah, I do want to look at more international stocks. Market's down a little bit, 1.3%. S&P or SPY. CBOE futures down 1.26%. S&P earnings estimates here. No, I'm just looking at SAP. Yeah, we have ADRs, sure. What's Toeli? Tokyo Electron? Yeah, I mean, obviously, you could just do Tokyo Electron 8035 in Japan. Earnings estimates just give you a sense of what the street is looking at, what the street cares about. Quantum's still same old thing. I'm not sure, Phil. I'm not playing silver now. Thanks, Oliver. We're just getting started. Oklo, you like Oklo? Futures. I don't know if I have specific thoughts on futures other than, I mean, they're just, I don't trade the macro or indexes. It's not my thing. I like to look at companies in great detail. So yeah, what is the future of enterprise software in the face of AI? If anything, it may actually be good for enterprise software. That's the real question, right? No, I don't know what Biopic 2026 is. You think so, Kev? Okay, here's Corvus. Corvus is up 78%. Well, it's hard to prompt your own software to make HR software platform across employees in 40 different countries. If you've ever made your own software with AI, it's not what it's good at. That's a lot. I don't know. I could see companies try to make their own HR and accounting software, but the problem with that is like you need people who know those areas. Like we're great developers here, but we would never make our own HR software or use AI to do so when there's a vendor out there. Yeah, I mean, the medium-sized companies are going to be more like companies like Ramp and others will. Okay. Placebo patients, no. Okay. Huh. Yeah, Kev. The problem is, yeah, big businesses are not going to vibe code their own things because it's like, oh, our vibe coded solution didn't take into account the California labor laws that require you to do X, Y, and Z. And like for everyone to vibe code that is kind of a waste of time, right? Like we're not going to switch off our HR software or our accounting software. Now, at the same time, it might make it easier for competitors to code that software. Okay, so as you guys can see here, cohort 3 at 4 weeks got better with time in cohort 4. And so I think when we saw cohort 3 or cohort 2, I forget which one we looked at, it was like a little bit not so great. Now let's ask ChatGPT. We have questions for ChatGPT. What is the Dupixent EASI 75 and EASI 90 score reduction at 8 weeks based on clinical trials? Give the placebo response as well. Sure, Kuda. Biotech binaries take a lot of time to analyze. I'm still feeling the burn of getting the last one wrong. Okay, so that early response, 26% versus 6% for placebo in EASI 75 or Dupixent. So quite a bit. Quite a bit weaker than Dupixent. Although this isn't 100% clear. Okay. So EASI 75. Let me just do week 16. Okay, so week 8, sequelentinib or whatever this drug is called. Yazi 75 is 75%. That's pretty solid. Still, like, think a little weaker, but pretty impressive. So yeah, maybe Corvus keeps going. Space stocks for biotech investors? That's funny. Space, quantum, new interesting stuff. Yeah, kind of, Liam, yeah. There's a bunch of things that are like that in biotech. Spruce getting crushed? I don't know. You got to be willing to hang in there. If you like a stock, you buy more. It's pretty hard to time when a stock is going to go up. What can make the quantum bubble pop? I don't know, just time. Some of these companies failing to and admitting that they aren't going to meet their timelines. I think Rigetti just said that they were going to miss their timeline, for example. Okay, so Corvus is roughly $1 billion market cap, maybe 1.1 billion. I don't know. Seems like it'll, maybe keep going up. OrbiMed 0.72, RTW's in there. Vivo Capital, Perceptive. A lot of these funds were up 50 to 80% last year. It's still kind of under-owned, it looks like. A lot of funds may have to now get involved. Yeah, it's hard to call SAP cheap. It's kind of one of these companies that's just seems to find a way to stick around and win. I mean, they've executed so well over generation. Question is like, who are the people behind this? Like, was it McDermott who went to started, or did he start ServiceNow, or did he go to ServiceNow? I think he went there. CSAP. Christian Klein, CEO. AI is a crucial element of almost all deal conversations now, with AI representing 5 to 10% of the value, depending on how SAP executes with AI and BDC. Really, business decision? SAP BDC. Batch data communication. Or no, business data cloud. Oh, is that I guess that's their data lake. Business data cloud. Client saw meaningful upside to the previously communicated ambitions on 1 billion in AI related sales within 3 to 4 years. So pretty slow progress there. Klein strongly rebutted the SaaS is dead narrative preoccupying investors, highlighting how business context is crucial to the value of data that powers AI. He acknowledged SAP needs to deliver the right agentic AI capability on top of its software stack to win, thought it was a key priority now, and resources would pivot incrementally to support this. Yeah, interesting. Current cloud backlog. Gen AI, friend or foe? Cloud revenue growing 27%. Pretty incredible. Cloud ERP suite. SAP is least exposed to Gen AI eating its business among software companies in our coverage. Sheer complexity of ERP and level of customization that customers have already invested in make the SAP they invest in to make the SAP implementation meet their corporate goals. Interesting. Let's see. I mean, configuring ERP software takes forever. I want to go hang out with my coworkers for 5 minutes. You know, I gotta hang out with them and make sure all is well. What do you aim for in life right now? Yes, I definitely want to be a good dad. I still have that dog in me, growing Godel to a $5 billion company or bigger for sure. And then, yeah, also QCLS. All right, I'm gonna BRB, guys. Hey guys, I'm back. What's up? I don't know Alto. Yeah, this is bad news for Nectar, huh? Nectar's been a fucking dog. Man, I hate that company. I mean, there's not much more to say on Spruce. It's the thing about drug companies is like they take years to do things and then they finally do them. And sometimes people get surprised. What is this? There's a press release here? Harbor Biomed. Oh, they had a corticotropin drug. That's funny. Yeah, so like their job is to shepherd this one asset over years and years and years. So it's not going to be that exciting. Haven't looked at an Exxon either. I got to catch up with a lot of this stuff. Yes, SAP. Let me see something here. Yo.
Can you meet with me and Jason at like 5:30 today
Yes.
about the semaphore?
Yeah. Check it every now and then, Fridge. It's not bad memories. Some of it's bad memories, but it's also like I don't know. I could build. I still believe I can build billion-dollar drug companies with my eyes closed, but you know, the part of building successfully is discipline and being careful as a CEO, and that's an important thing to not, screw up. And I certainly screwed that up when I did the Daraprim thing. So I think, you have to be a little bit smart about how you handle that. But assuming we live in a world without CEO communications being, that serious or relevant, that shifted. For a long time it didn't matter. And then all of a sudden it mattered. TE, it's very complicated. but it's a work in progress. I was working on that software this weekend, actually. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. What the hell? Yeah, RVMD. I haven't been on stream in a while, but RVMD obviously. What's up, Dusty? RVMD potentially being acquired. We were sort of bullish on it a few months ago. No, I was saying what the hell about something totally different. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, I was bullish on it. I didn't pound the table hard enough. Obviously, whenever you see something like that, you always wish you always wish you were more bullish. Yeah, I haven't been looking at Moderna, but I can glance at it. Okay. Oh, I have these in. Ah, I see what I'm doing here. This is in euros. So I need to de-euro. I think I'm multiplying twice for no reason, right? Let's see here. Yes. This is 238 million euros, or 260 billion USD. If I want to get it back to euros, I have to take this and divide it. It's an easier way to do this. Kind of insane. SAP, the 26th largest company in the world. I guess I could make two columns. Do market cap local. Okay. Then I would have to do net cash, USD, net cash local. And then enterprise value local. This will actually clear things up more than confuse, amazingly. Okay, so now we're going to use enterprise value local. Okay, so SAP's 26 times, which is, I guess more or less in line with the rest of the market. NBIX, any others to look at? I'll try to get to as many stocks as we can today. I miss looking at the market with you guys. You guys always give me interesting stuff to look at too. Okay, enterprise value over sales. So this is local enterprise value. Just this. And then we're going to divide this over revenue, which is also local. I have to multiply that by 1,000,000 and put that in orders preference. Copy and paste that. And there you go. SAP 5 times revenue. Software companies usually at like 3 times revenue or just as cheap as they get. Yeah, I mean, if they can, if they could do this 10 to 13% revenue growth, then it would be cheap. But they may not be able to do that. Let's do some AbbVie refresh here. See if AbbVie's estimates have gone up or down. 2026 for AbbVie. I'm sorry, 2025 for AbbVie down about 20 cents. 2026 estimate comes down 10 cents or so. 2027 estimate comes down 9 cents. Pretty much unchanged. 2028 estimate 1766 goes up 1 cent. 2029 estimates unched. And then we're gonna do, why not do 2030? Add another year. Okay. So here's a really interesting thought experiment for you guys. Or do we have any real investors in the house? Any real people? This is something when I was a kid, I used to look at this really, really closely. I worked at a fund. Oh, that's a good point, Clark. That's a good point. I worked at a fund that basically taught me, rightly or wrongly, you can debate, hey, thanks, Angel. So basically, this fund taught me that earnings estimates are the only thing that matters. It's probably not true, but regardless, they are important. There's no doubt about that. Let's look at the NVIDIA estimates, by the way. So calendar year 25 goes from 450 to 462. So that's up. So basically, the idea is like revisions to earnings as well are extremely important. So you watch these numbers closely because they can tell you the future. So NVIDIA's gone from 450 to 462. That's a 12-cent improvement. What's that, a 3% bump, roughly. Now, here's a much bigger one. The street was at 642. Now it's 750. How crazy is that? So it goes from 31 times earnings to 27 times earnings. And that number is probably still too low. They'll probably do 8 or 9 in earnings. So that earnings number went, basically, the 2027 estimate, they'll probably beat in 2026. Now, that's only relevant if a number of things happen. But I want you to think about the market multiple, right? So the market is paying 27 times for the average company. The average company is not growing as fast as NVIDIA. Well, what about 2027? Let's do that before we get carried away here. Calendar 27 is 965. A pretty huge upgrade to earnings there. That's like almost $2 a share. So almost 30% increase in the street's estimates. Insane. So it's only 21 times 2027 earnings, but the street is paying 24 times for the S&P 500, which is growing a lot slower than NVIDIA. In fact, if you take out NVIDIA, it's growing even slower because NVIDIA is growing so fast. So now let's look at 2028. Well, it was $8.56 at one point, or $8.59. Now it's $11. I mean, that's just insane. That's almost a 50% misestimate by Wall Street. And then the next one is $12.16. Now they're actually a little more accurate there. That's only about $1.30 or so away, only 10, 15% away. And then finally, I'm going to roll out the 2030 estimate, which was $13.01. So it's 15 times 2030. Now, I don't have too many 2030 estimates, but the 2029 estimate at least is lower than not. Let's actually do a CAGR here, making the spreadsheet a mess. But let's do a CAGR. Street's not always honest in its estimates, no. 5 negative here plus here. The CAGR for NVIDIA earnings is 23%. Now, I actually think they'll beat these by a huge amount. But I want you to think about what happens. I'm going to do a couple more of these so you can understand it. But I really want you to think hard about the nature of earnings and the way it works. So I'll zoom in a little bit so you can appreciate it. Maybe I'll just freeze right here so you see the ticker. Hopefully you can see this well. Am I in the way? Doesn't look like it. All right, whatever. Okay. So now let's do Apple. Estimates are on Godel or Bloomberg. So we're working on getting the really long years for Godel really soon, but we'll wait and see. All right, so calendar year for Apple actually went up 20 cents for 25. Up a little bit for 26, up a little bit for 27, up quite a bit, no, just a little bit for 28. Let's look at 29, 30, 29, a whole dollar. It's like 10% bump. And I'll roll out this number for 2028. So the earnings CAGR, as you can see it here, for Apple is only 10% versus NVIDIA's 33%, 23%. And that 23% is probably too low. So Apple's 22 times 2030 estimates, while NVIDIA is only 15 times. Right, again, these numbers I think are too low. Now, Christian is saying, what if margins compress for NVIDIA? Well, that would be reflected in the earnings, right? So you're saying those numbers are too high, possibly. Maybe. If those numbers come down, the multiple, what is the multiple? The multiple is just, a lot of people overthink this, I think. You see it a lot, especially in Boston. No offense to any Boston investors. But you see this in the long-only community a lot. They get obsessed with price is the stock price. Earnings per share is the so-called multiple. Now, what's the multiple really mean? Some people really use the multiple as a driver. I would not do that. But folks do that, and they say, well, let's say the stock's $100. Well, if the street's willing to give a 20 multiple to this, then they must have $5 a share of earnings. But let's say what happens if the numbers change a little. Let's say the earnings go down, as Christian is saying here, potentially. And the earnings are actually 450. Well, is the street still willing to pay 20 times earnings? No, the street might get really scared and only pay 15 times earnings. So even though there's a small 10% decline in the earnings, the multiple has a bigger decline. And what's 15 times 450? 67.50. Major stock decline. 10% decline in earnings yielding a 33% decline in the stock price. So again, right now, Apple, if you believe these earnings estimates, Apple's at 22 times 2030 and Nvidia's at 15 times 2030. So in the first lesson in business school or finance, you learn that the market prices sort of two things: growth and risk. In fact, there's something called the DDM, the discount dividend model. And you can price an annuity by what? Payment divided by the discount rate or the risk-free rate, however you want to do it. And you actually get the answer. So if you have $1,000, can you guys hear me, by the way? Divided by, say, a 5% coupon, which is 0.05, the value of this bond is $20,000. So if you wanted a bond that would pay you $1,000 per year, that bond would trade around $20,000, if that makes sense. So the same thing applies to equities. Same concept. Equities are riskier, though, right? So you should have the EPS up here because they don't have coupons, but they have earnings. And then you could take the risk. Well, that's maybe a artificial way to do it because you'd end up in the same scenario. You're not adjusting for growth. Obviously, a company that's growing much faster deserves a higher multiple. So let's say if there's a company with, we just do the same thing we did with NVIDIA. Well, if there's a company with $5, let's say for argument's sake, of earnings and a 5% discount rate, well, this is just a $100 stock. But if you normalize this, this would reflect the same value for any stock, regardless of how fast it was growing. So the DDM sort of introduces this growth minus risk as the denominator. And now the same $5, let's say if you had 10% growth for one company minus the 5% risk, your new denominator is 5%. But let's say you had 13%. Maybe it's the other way around. I think it's the other way around. It's been a long time since I was in college. The concept remains the same, which is risk maybe minus like terminal growth or something like that. You can sort of artificially induce this. So the higher your growth rate, we estimate revenues all day here. So let's say you have that $5 in earnings per share. Whatever you're doing to adjust this risk rate, you adjust it downward to say 0.03. And maybe it's 10% risk and long-term EPS growth of, say, 7%. This is NVIDIA. Whereas for Apple, it's 10% risk, but only 5%. These are two different denominators. So you get 5 divided by 0.03 and 5 divided by 0.05. Well, these are reciprocals, right? So you could just say, well, 5 divided by 0.03 is 5 times 33. 5 times 33 is what? Let's see. 33 times 5. 15 and 15 is 165. So the prior estimate was 100. So this estimate rewards the growth much more. But over here, it's still the same old $100. So all else being equal, all this is telling you is that the faster a company's cash flow is growing, the better. But the multiple being given here, what's 165 divided by 5? This is a 20 times multiple. This is a 33 times multiple. But that's not what's happening in the stock market. The stock market is looking at NVIDIA and saying, I want to pay less for these earnings. I want to pay 15 times. So it's one of these two things. It's always one of these two things. This is the most interesting observation of finance. It's one of these two things or both. It's always both, actually. But you either have a growth problem or a risk problem. Conversely, you either have very, very fast growth or very low risk. Coca-Cola has very low risk. NVIDIA has very high risk. Apple is lower risk than NVIDIA. Why? Well, they have hardware, they have software, they've got all kinds of devices. They're sort of a luxury consumer brand that everyone knows and loves. NVIDIA is a data center company that, could get disintermediated tomorrow. There's no brand loyalty to NVIDIA necessarily. People just want their compute job done. Exactly. So when you look at that and you say, hold on, the growth of Apple, which is growing faster, NVIDIA or Apple, massively faster, right? But which has better risk prospects? It's Apple. And so the bond-like nature of Apple is interesting. Now, does this mean the market's right? No, not necessarily. It may come to pass that over the next few years, you feel the opposite, that Apple's the risky one and NVIDIA's the safer one. We don't know yet. But we do know NVIDIA seems to be the fastest growing one. Now, again, that might change. Maybe some disaster could befall NVIDIA. And now NVIDIA is not growing fast. They're, in fact, maybe shrinking. We just don't know. The market somewhat is pricing that in, as you can see, by saying, I see that $13 EPS in 2030, but I'm not willing to pay that much on it. Maybe because I don't believe it. Exactly. All right, so let's go to Microsoft now. Calendar year was substantially better, 3-4% better. Also, same thing for about a 5% earnings upgrade here. Smaller here, but a couple percent as well. All the numbers for Microsoft revised upward. So when the economy is doing well, earnings estimates constantly get revised upward. But then the economy starts to do poorly and things change. But it looks like about a 3% earnings upgrade every year for Microsoft. Microsoft CAGR is somewhere in between Apple and NVIDIA. It's about 17 times. So Microsoft is trading at 15 times 2030. Now, some of that 2030 could be, who knows where Microsoft's going to, how they're going to do 17% growth over the next 5 years for earnings. That's a lot. We'll have to sort of see how that pans out. Let's take a look at Google. Google was supposed to do 990 this year, but it looks like they're going to do closer to 1046. About a 5% boost there. 2026 numbers probably still too low, but that's looking like 1110. That's way too low, right? That's only 6% increase. But then the streets for 2027 is a much bigger increase, about 20% increase there, about $1 more than I previously forecast, or the street was previously forecasting. But 2028 barely budges. 2029 barely budges. And so these numbers are probably too low for Google. And so the street's only looking at a 13% growth rate for growth there, almost like an Apple-like growth rate, when I feel like Google almost is going to be growing faster than that. And so, again, with the 2030 lens, Google actually is the cheapest of all of these. And if you think about the risk and growth of Google, which balance is the best? Well, NVIDIA is the strongest growth out of all of these, right? But Google has TPUs, Google has ads, maybe Google. Apple has the best risk, but so does Microsoft. So if you think about the framework here, Apple looks the least attractive, and it feels like the other stocks maybe look more attractive. Let's look at Amazon. So this is a great way to do an apples to apples comparison, no pun intended. Amazon was supposed to do 668. They actually going to do 710. 763 goes to 793. This is interesting. This only jumps up 3% there for 2027. And then 2028, right. That's actually a really good point, Mason. Why is it only 14x? Well, now you get into investor psychology. There's a reason. Something is going on in the investor's brain where they're saying, I'm not willing to pay that much. I'm not willing to pay up for Google. And the obvious answer is AI is a big risk for them. But they are also the AI company. So I don't know. 2029 estimate basically hasn't changed. But then 2030 has this big gap up. So, oh, sorry, this is Amazon, by the way. So Amazon has the same growth level of Microsoft, but well above that of Google. And if you ask me who's going to grow more, Amazon or Google over the next 5 years, I'd say hands down Google. Amazon's fairly well penetrated. So Amazon may be looking like a short here. But let's keep going. Avago, which is just Broadcom, helping make GPUs as well, was supposed to do 692, actually going to do 704, small upgrade. Bigger upgrade for 2026. Huge upgrade for 2027 from $12 to $15. Huge upgrade for 2028 from $14 to $18. Seems pretty ambitious. It's faster growth than NVIDIA. And then finally, 2146 for inaugural estimate there. So yeah, actually the fastest growth of all of these. See that here. I'm going to mark it green. Avago, of the top 6 companies, projecting 25% annual growth rate, faster than NVIDIA, which is surprising. And that brings it about 18 times earnings. I don't know about Amazon. We'll see. We'll have to see how they execute. Let's look at Meta. I love the Zuck. All right. 2289. So this is some weird gap, non-gap thing. Let me see. Let me adjust the earnings. Okay, here we go. 30.49. So this is a substantial improvement there. 10% improvement here. A little more than 10% there. Let's keep going here. 43.94, 53.39. Let's see, that's about 15% earnings upgrade. All right. So that's a 17% compounded growth rate for Meta. Let's make sure these prices are right, by the way, because some of these prices are a little stale. No, Meta's even cheaper. Avago. Let me actually get these on Godel. It's a lot faster. That's why I like Godel. 336.72. They're all a little bit cheaper, it looks like. Amazon dropped a little bit too. Google. Oh, Google's risen dramatically. So the Google is not as cheap as maybe we were looking a second ago, because their prospects have brightened. Microsoft's dropped a bit. So we got to do this all over again in terms of understanding it, because some of these prices have been off. All right, let's look at how that changed things. We're going to make a Godel plugin for you guys soon. All right, so NVIDIA's 14 times 2030. Apple's 20 times, still outlier for Apple, but just 9 times. On Godel, it's EM. Meta EM. So we have 2027 EPS for Meta on Godel is 33.68, but other sources have it at 38. So somewhere between those two. Although again, I want to look at that because it seems there's also gap versus non-gap kind of things you want to separate out. All right. So Meta only at 9 times 2030. Seems cheap to me, man. What's eating Meta? Meta's perennially been cheap in a way. All right, Tesla. Tesla, the 7th biggest company. Again, we sort of we discard energy and financials, which we can do those as well, obviously. All right. Tesla, 161 in earnings. We had 167. All right, for next year, estimates have come down as well. It was 227. Now it's 217. All these other companies' estimates are going up. The Tesla's estimates are actually coming down. 2027 was 326. Now only 291. Maybe the long-term estimates have gone up. We'll see. 413 drops to 433 drops to 414. And here's where it changes. Here's the inflection point. 636 goes up to 647. And then how about 2030? We got 871. So huge growth rate, partially because, you know, sort of has been suppressed. So 40% growth for Tesla projected, but 51 times 2030 numbers. So really expecting huge amounts of growth for Tesla for here on out, right? So it's like a very, very high growth rate expectation there. So for Taiwan Semi, I can do the US dollar equivalent, I guess. Let me try that. Am I getting US prices? No. That's a Taiwanese price. Taiwan price is 1775 new Taiwan dollars. Is there maybe EPS in USD? See if I can get that. I could do it a few ways. But the fastest way is this way. Okay, so it's supposed to be 208, and they came out at 213. 2026 upgrade substantially to 278 from 248. 2027 340 from 3. 2028 380 from 325. And then 2029 422, remarkable, from 364, and then finally 2030 471. So a 17% growth rate, very steady, but very cheap. Only 12 times 2030 numbers. That and Meta are your cheap stocks. Now, if investing were as easy as just buying the low ones, that'd be great. But of course, that's not the case. Now, again, in 2030, a lot of things should have normalized by then. So in some ways, you are in a better, like, steady state. You always want to capture the steady state. But what happens in 2030 when we're sitting here looking at 2035 estimates, which obviously don't exist yet, but the market is still discounting them. The market is still always thinking about everything. And the street does not represent the market. Street estimates are just street estimates. All right, Walmart, some minor earnings upgrades here. Walmart, a lot easier to forecast. Interesting, 2028 growth rate drop pretty dramatically. That number did look a little suspicious. And then a drop. That number looks suspicious. And then finally an increase here. So 24 times 2030, that would be expensive to me for the lowest growth next to Apple. Walmart has the lowest growth next to Apple, and you're paying one of the highest multiples for it. Make that make sense. The answer is, of course, it's not a tech company. It's a steady Eddie retailer, but it's still sort of out of whack here. How about Oracle? Oracle, decent upgrade here. Actually, number go down for 2026 for Oracle. Same number for 2027. Number go down for 2028. Slightly down for 2029. And there's 2030. So Oracle huge growth projection here, 27% growth projection. For Oracle, only 12 times earnings. Let's make sure we have the right price for Oracle. It's dropped a lot. Let's look at this here. Oracle only 184 now, and Walmart has actually gone up. So Walmart's gotten more expensive. So Oracle is 9 times earnings. What does that mean? Why is it so low? The market's telling you we don't believe you. We don't believe that we're going to have $23 in earnings in 2030, or the risk that it's going to take to get there is just enormous. Just not going to happen. Same idea with Meta. They don't trust the Zuck. Big mistake. Same thing with Taiwan Semi. It's a cyclical business. So how is Taiwan Semi going to be growing nonstop in 2030? Eventually, they're going to have to slow down, right? Let's look at Lilly. This is fun. Lilly earnings beat by a bit. Next year, also going to beat by 5-10%. 2027, pretty robust earnings upgrade there to $40 in earnings. Then 47, pretty, again, robust upgrade. And then 52. So they're going to do in 2028 what they thought they were going to do in 2029, which is pretty impressive. And then continued earnings upgrades for Lilly, 20% growth. Let's see what the average is here. Well, the street is expecting that the average large cap non-financial, non-energy company, it's 12 companies. The top 12 companies in America are going to grow 20% earnings a year for 5 years. Do you believe that? It's a lot. Now, remember, if stock multiples don't change, they say stocks grow 7% a year, right? Well, if the multiples don't change, that means the price would go up as fast as earnings are growing. So that means that if you go by the sell side, the average stock, if you bought all just top American stocks, will grow 20% a year. That seems like some of these estimates would have to be ratcheted down. I love America and I love these companies, but 20% a year is a lot to grow. All right, let's keep looking at Berkshire. Now, a lot of Wall Street doesn't even follow Berkshire. So we don't have that many earnings estimates. This Buffett doesn't like Wall Street. Earnings estimates kind of drop a little bit for Berkshire. Maybe one of the slowest growth companies. I'm going to guesstimate earnings here so that we actually can compute the CAGR, but the CAGR is 4%. The lowest growth of all these companies. Berkshire's not really growing business, which is why nobody ever likes it, but earnings often grow more than it looks for Berkshire. And it's always cheap. So it's 13 times. It's actually still cheap, even though it's not growing at all, because it's cheap now. So it's cheap then and it's cheap now for a reason. It's the lack of growth and, of course, visibility after Warren passes away, which, we all hope never happens. But all right, let's do FinTech Visa. Pretty much same earnings estimates for Visa. They haven't changed. Interesting how stable that is. Dropped a little bit in 2029, but pretty steady, 13% growth for Visa, 16 times earnings in 2030. Pretty much on point there. Again, if I had to pick one that looks, Apple's so well run. Like, I almost wonder if it's always gonna just keep growing. The ecosystem they have is so good, but I don't know. I feel like that might erode over a long enough period of time. I kind of think Taiwan Semi is very attractive. 12 times 2030. They kind of benefit from, it doesn't matter if TPUs win or GPUs win. They're always going to be there. They are at the cutting edge of doing a lot of cool stuff in compute. Taiwan Semi still attractive. Meta is a tricky one. Zuck is I really like Zuck, man. He's my favorite CEO, I think. He's a beast. They're still, they're trying to buck the Zuck. Let's look at Hong Kong company Tencent, but 601 Hong Kong dollars. But let's make sure we have the right prices for all of these. Hong Kong 601 for Tencent. Visa. I like just pressing V and hitting enter, and I get Visa. Boom. Pretty much the same price there. And now Berkshire. Berk.A on Godel here. Similar price, 731 to 11. Oh, Lily. Lily's more expensive now, actually. So I have the old prices in here. I like to manually update them. I'll explain why later. Lily's still expensive, actually, on 2030 then. At least more expensive than the market. I don't know. That could be sus. I don't know. Berkshire still 13 times. All right, let's look at Hong Kong's Tencent. So this year's we didn't have estimates before here. What do we have to do here for Hong Kong? We've got HKD, market cap local. Okay, so that's 5 trillion Hong Kong dollars. This is this minus this times HKD. How do I do that name thing again? FXC5. Let's do that. Oh, FXC5 that way. Okay. Cool. Still not computing here. Oh, right, because I'm using that. I'm going to use this. Okay, cool. So, and yeah, I can put this on GitHub, but I have some personal data in here as well, so I'm going to have to scrub that. But I'm happy to put this on GitHub. All right, 12% growth for Tencent. Interesting. Times, fairly cheap actually. Sort of like Meta, it's kind of China's Meta. Interesting. Let's get MasterCard. Always pretty similar to Visa. I think these guys have risk of getting disrupted by, say, a Stripe. They have to coexist with Stripe, but eventually I wonder if Stripe can take these guys on. I think a lot of people would love to see that. All right, MasterCard sort of market multiple, pretty much market earnings growth. Notice that the estimate here has dropped to 18%. For the S&P 500, as we've added more companies. That's why they're such Magnificent Seven. These are the top 16. Next is Netflix, which we've never had estimates before, but let's take a look at price. Price matters. I mean, price is everything in investing, right? So Netflix did a 8 for 1 or 10 for 1. I'll have to see. I haven't updated my Netflix model in a while. Netflix, 423 million shares outstanding. That's the last 10Q. So, let's see here. Oh, they're trying to buy Disney. Not Disney. They're trying to buy Paramount, Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers. The other Paramount's trying to buy them too. So it's a big bidding war. Just want to see if we have the... Here's the split. 10 for 1. Okay. Let me open up the Netflix model real quick. You got to have these handy hyperlinks. Great. That's interesting, DEI. Well, you got to be patient. I mean, M&A is like, if you're really hoping for like some quick trade from M&A, it just doesn't work that way. You got to be a long-term investor, and then if you get taken over, you get taken over. But all right, let's look at Netflix. All right, 252, 322, 391, 453, 532, and 622. So this is $14 times, 20% growth. It's a pretty fast growth. And roughly a market multiple. So you'll notice that, like, you just forget what the company does for a second. It's like the average company should trade for 15 times 2030, and the average company is growing 18% between now and then. Interesting. There's crazy companies like Tesla that have... Tesla's like, yeah, you took out their crazy R&D, it probably would look like this. And there's other, like, you know, adjustments you can make to help understand that. All right, here's a really interesting one, OpenAI. So we have the stock price here. It's dropped a little bit, 739. We have a rough shares outstanding, and we have a rough enterprise value, but we don't know what earnings are. And right now they're in fact negative, I think. Let's say they're negative $1 a share. Maybe even say -3. 2026 revenue, I think people are expecting 40, 50, 60 billion. So maybe that'll be roughly break even. Maybe they do $1 a share in 2027. Now, what would be $1 a share? They must have 1 billion shares outstanding. So making $1 billion on like 80 billion in revenue, OpenAI could make 2. I don't think anybody's forecasted OpenAI's revenue yet. So let's say 4, 6, and then 8. Now, you can't even get a CAGR, because what does it mean to have a growth rate from a negative number? So this is the biggest unprofitable company in the world, right? There's no such thing as negative PE, but under my little framework here, it'd be the most expensive stock in the S&P 500, 92 times more than Tesla's 51 times. But again, the market, it's like a biotech stock. The market's going to pay for that growth. And again, $8 in 2030. And I'm really, you know, just forecasting on the fly here, but $8 times, I actually think they could beat that by quite a bit. That's only 6 billion in earnings in 2030. OpenAI might have more than that. I have to upgrade my numbers here. All right, well, still, either way, it's still going to be expensive for a while there, but rapid earnings growth. How about SpaceX? SpaceX is a little different. It's more mature company in some ways. We have it as SPAC, a funny ticker on Godel. This is the real prices, by the way, from NASDAQ Private Market. Shout out to NASDAQ. Big bump in SpaceX price. It was very surprising, you know. when Elon announced that they were going to do a buyback at a really, really, really big price. Okay, so is SpaceX now? I had it 290. So that's 653. 1.2 trillion? It's already over a trill? The fuck? Damn. That's crazy. So SpaceX jumps from number 19 biggest company to number 10. Damn. Joining the $1 trillion club. Damn. That's just crazy. So I don't have any clue what SpaceX revenue or earnings are. He did say they are profitable. Maybe we can see. Let's see. I can even pull up the SpaceX news on Godel. How cool is that? And there's news every day. That's sick. So if you're trading SpaceX or invest in SpaceX, you can see the tape. And let's say I wanted to, this is nice, but I want to see more data. I could just type in revenue in here. I don't want to read about the launches. Just show me the revenue. Yeah, 180 is a really old price for SpaceX. It's way more than that. Germany GDP dropping. Oh well. They're way under pricing the SpaceX valuation. Yeah, we don't have a rough estimate of SpaceX revenue. Morgan Stanley likely to be the lead left. That might let Goldman in too. And even JP Morgan. Oh, he hired a guy, Anthony Armstrong. I guess I can think about Starlink. Why on earth is SpaceX worth 800 billion? More than that. Let's ask ChatGPT. What is SpaceX revenue roughly? $22 to $25 billion. Okay, I can work with this. Say 10% margin. All right, so $1. Maybe a little higher margin. $4. How many shares outstanding? Oh, there's 2 billion shares outstanding. Car. Let's be like $2. Let's say they grow 30% a year. Jeez, 100 times earnings roughly. I think they'll probably grow faster than I'm thinking, but Whenever you're dealing with a very fast growth company, that's kind of the nature of these. And again, I'm just making these estimates up. There's no Wall Street estimate yet. Oh, fascinating. All right, Palantir, moment we've all been waiting for. Palantir is supposed to do 72 cents this year. Also, let me get these prices. I got the right OpenAI price, I think. I got the right SpaceX price. And now Palantir, I had it 206, but it's dropped a little bit to 170. All right. They're supposed to do 72 cents this year. That's still the estimate. They're supposed to do 99 cents next year. Only has jumped to $1, only up 1 cent. $1.37 the year after, it's now $1.38. Again, only 1 cent improvement. Interestingly, the 2028 number for Palantir has dropped 206 down to 187. And the 2029 numbers plummeted 282 to 247. But the 2030 number is a nice 308, but that's still, that CAGR is 34%, very fast. But that's a brutal, brutal 54 times. Would you rather pay for, OpenAI is cheaper than Palantir on 2030. So is Tesla. Palantir's, great company, great execution, but valuation is. Now remember, they have more cash flow. So you do cash flow per share versus earnings per share. The two do converge over time. So if that EPS number converges faster and looks like $6 instead of $3, I think you have to do cash flow per share for Palantir because you don't have those options in the way. Cash flow per share looks quite different, but the two do converge. Interesting. Johnson & Johnson. Okay, you guys see what you guys want to talk about here. What's up, Nicole? Happy New Year. I don't know why stocks go up or down. Okay, 1086 to 1081 for J&J, 1151, 1148, 1242 is up a penny. J&J is very stable, but it's really good so you can see, what you're getting. 1370 goes up a tiny bit, 1503 goes up a bit, 1653. So J&J is growing 9%. Very simple. Low grower, slow grower. I also want to get rid of these. I'm already trim meaning, but there's so many there's so many expensive companies on this list. But yeah, you can get J&J for 12 times, but you're not going to get that crazy growth. Price D1, I'm not sure what you mean there. It's just price. Stock price. All right, I do have JP Morgan here as the one financial company. I'll progressively add these back in, but I don't follow financials, so I exclude them, but I also want to make sure that, it represents every single large company, including energy, which I really don't like energy. All right, 10% growth there, but again, the weird thing with these financial companies is how much they actually have in earnings. J&J has actually jumped in price, so it's maybe not as much of a bargain as before. And again, the thing about banks is banks don't get valued the way they. Again, I think my enterprise value is just off. It's not really clear how much cash JP Morgan has because price to book is kind of the way you look at most of these, and book value is growing. You don't look at these like, I think the way that I like to look at most companies, but some part of me wonders why we don't do that, but that's why financials are weird. Do a couple more. Home Depot. Numbers come down for Home Depot substantially. Not so substantial in the out year though, but 8% earnings growth. A pretty meager growth there for Home Depot. I think the lowest, no, Berkshire's the lowest we've seen, but second lowest earnings growth in the whole top 23 companies. J&J is also quite low. How about Costco? Costco's kind of insane. Numbers more or less unchanged for Costco. Oh, insane. 33 times earnings. Costco's trading like it's SpaceX. Only 9% earnings growth. But Costco, Alibaba's a couple spots down. But Costco's trading like it's a mega tech stock. It's got one of the lowest growth rates projected. I mean, you could buy SpaceX for that price. It's nuts. All right, Procter. Another slow growth, steady Eddie. Watching paint dry. Some fool owns Procter & Gamble. Numbers come down for Procter. Sad day. What do you think it couldn't get any worse? Ooh, 5%. That's almost as bad as Berkshire. Single-handedly takes the average down too. And if you trim mean, I like trim mean instead of average because you get rid of the outliers. But yeah, trim mean is 16% earnings growth rate for the next 5 years. Probably still too high. It's very hard for earnings to grow more than 7 to 10% a year. I still like SPRB. All right. So I started all this for SAP. I think let's see. It was a little complicated because it was euros. But yeah, SAP, kind of actually pretty attractive, somewhat cheaper than yeah, quite a bit cheaper and pretty normal growth, so potentially pretty attractive. Do I have the right price? Yeah. Oh, do I have the right price for Procter? Yes. right, AbbVie. Growth rate of 13%, 13 times 2030, substantially cheaper than the mean. Okay, Alibaba. This is tricky because it's market cap is a bit higher than I have here. It's a little tricky because it's Chinese. Maybe I should use the Chinese ticker. Tricky, tricky, tricky. All right, let me try it like this. Yeah, ASML is here too. At 23% growth for Alibaba, pretty impressive. Okay. Yeah, Alibaba's quite cheap, but you're dealing with China risk, which a lot of people don't want in their portfolio. So the market's telling you either growth is messed up or risk is messed up. In this case, I think it's probably a little bit of both. So the street numbers are sometimes trusted, and sometimes, in this case, there's some skepticism. Coca-Cola, very easy to forecast. 7% growth, almost one of the worst, but almost a market multiple given just how safe Coca-Cola has been for generations. It's kind of like a bond. We've got Hermes, UNH, AstraZeneca, T-Mobile, Samsung, LVMH, Novo Nordisk, ByteDance, the owner of TikTok, Queechai, Muta, Philip Morris, ASML, Salesforce, Nestle. These are the biggest companies in the world. And we're just glancing at earnings estimates here. Nothing too crazy pops out. Hopefully somebody got an idea out of this. I think Palantir, a little risky. Costco, quite risky. Berkshire might enter kind of a slump. We'll see. Well, it's funny. Buffett said he thinks his earnings growth will beat the S&P. The street's giving him 4%. 4% earnings growth, so. Figma, for sure. A lot of guys in the office like Figma. Market's still getting shellacked, down 1.4%. Yeah, I haven't caught up with PayPal. Technical analysis? Not something I do. And Microsoft, part of their growth is Azure. Not sure what they can do outside of Azure. We got a lot of slow growing businesses. Such a well run business, but could easily see them stumble. I mean, Satya is just such a monster CEO. Yes, Meds Trade. I will be back streaming as much as I can. I still have to. My businesses and my business life is getting more complicated. Godel is my main focus, and it takes up more and more of my time as I have to make deals, program, sell, etc. And the streaming is not as important as it used to be. Yeah, GitLab is an interesting long. I agree with that. I've also been sick the last 2 weeks. I had a bad infection. I had to get a root canal. A lot of programming. What would I hold long term? Not cash or bonds. I mean, there's some funds that are good that I would trust. I don't know. Yeah, like Sequoia, A16Z, some hedge funds, Citadel. S&P Platts? What are Platts? There's no Godel GitHub, but we do employ some great developers. Speaking of which, I think I have to get back to one. I still have to do things like read email and Trump gave out more pardons? What's up? What's up? What's up? That's a good point, Fred. Yeah, we're working on it, Tobias. We're working on it. Start flow. I don't know. It's not easy. Even though $1 million is obviously a lot of money, there's fund, limits and stuff like that. And like the bigger funds don't have that, like a lot of sexy returns. It's very tough. It's very tough, as you know. I mean, you know very well. Picking the great fund is like not some, it's art, and it's just as hard as picking good investors, right? Otherwise, if it was easier to pick great investments, if it's easier to pick better investors than it is to pick better investments, there would be a arbitrage. You can just pick the fund instead of pick the stocks. And some people do that. Some people are better at one than the other, but it's certainly not easy. What's up? What's up? What's up? Still no pardon over here. All right, guys, have to take a little bathroom break. I'll be back. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you guys a cool feature. So if you did HP, so if you get a SPY equity HP, we're the only system, as far as I know, that'll give you 1 hour prices, and you can actually download these free of charge. Pretty sure. It's maxed out at a year. We're gonna maybe lift that max for customers, and you can download. What's up, Fanta? And you can download these, and these are 1 hour candles. You can download the entire thing, and all the systems out there prevent you from just looking at 1 year. Or I'm sorry, 1 day. So it's an hourly system. You can get 1 year of hours. So if you wanted to calibrate some kind of calibrate a model or whatever, that 1 hour trading data is maybe useful. Right? Exactly, Michael. Yeah, we looked at the CRBS data. Looked pretty good. Bad for Nectar, I think. Oh, it's been up a bit since we talked about it. Good. I didn't buy any. I should have. What's the command? HP. Here's another cool one. So this is AUM. So this is the total value of Godel connected accounts. 107 million. Pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know. 400. I mean, it's usually easy to extend some half-life a little bit. Maybe Abivax will buy them. Corvus. Yeah, I have to sanitize that sheet a little bit. Lip pump and dump. Oh, I was eating, sorry, a breakfast bar. I still like SPRB. Feeling I updated some of these models and they're on a different file system. Maybe not. This looks updated. Yeah, I thought about it, Zeus. He recommended not doing that. What do you mean, Fantasiza? I don't water a plant. I didn't even know I had a plant. Somebody else waters it. Could have sworn I updated this model on my other computer.
Worth stockpiling, Greta? Yeah, more or less, Paul. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the Eric Adams thing. Yeah. Don't like Capper. I don't know memory that well. It's getting hot in here. Somebody that was saying OpenAI is failing, and I was just laughing like, if that's failing, I don't know. I don't want to know what success looks like. The fuck? Yo, what the fuck? I am. I don't know about blockchain versus AI, but what's up, guys? What's up? Yeah, I obviously can't talk about any companies I'm involved in that are publicly traded. Please don't ask and get me in trouble. Population decline is inflationary. I got to think about that one. ChatGPT is definitely better than Gemini for now. I mean, you know, part of having a great product and then having people use it are two different things. So Google surprisingly has their work cut out for them. Just because they're Google doesn't mean people will use their product, funny enough. They've tried many times to do social media. They've tried many times to do other things, and it has not always worked. I mean, to analyze a biotech stock, you got to read clinical data, publications, press releases. I mean, S&P dropping. Yeah, hopefully you tuck away some money on that great SLS call. You know how I feel. But, you know, now you get to play with the house's money. Just don't get greedy, you know? Even the most sure thing, which this is not, even the most sure thing, like Capper failing. You see the FDA asking for Capper CSR? That's wild. I've never seen that. They're telling Capper, you might be all cap. We have reason to believe you are cap. It's true that blockchain requires high precision. You need to make sure that your 256 bits are all correct. One missing bit, one different bit, it's all over. That's one of the reasons it's sort of difficult to do blockchain GPU stuff. CSR's clinical study report. It's kind of over perfectionist. I don't know. Maybe you can learn to work with all the advanced digital tools. Sofetobart. What is this? Sofetobart. Oh, this is the folate receptor. Was this named something else? Folate. Did they just have this lying around? I think a lot of people have this. Folate receptor, ADC. There's lots of methods to analyze biotech, but ultimately you have to make a decision, right, on the drugs that the drug company has. That's basically it. Gotta make a call. Yeah, Corvus Data is good, and it was under owned. There's only a couple hedge funds in there, so that kind of, it's like, oh, these guys got to own it now. They kind of forgot about Dre. I don't know that company at all. Sorry. I'm not sure what QUBT is going to do because they kind of have a. They're actually not quantum, and I don't think they want to be. They're sort of more photonic. So, QUBT may actually be fine. And they also don't have like a crazy, what's it called? It's like trading near cash. So it's not like it's some like truly overvalued thing. I don't know what they're going to do with their capital, but they just they did probably something much more interesting than IonQ. They bought a company out of bankruptcy, which is like really creative. I'm upgrading QUBT to like maybe one of the least, undesirable quantums, like IonQ, Rigetti. D-Wave is number one bad, then IonQ, then Rigetti. I'm not even sure you can call QUBT quantum. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've done drug discovery lectures on YouTube and drug analysis, so you can check those out. But yeah, I mean, obviously the key is getting an opinion on the medicines and really understanding them, and that's not easy. Experience helps a lot. Once you've seen lots and lots of medicines, it's nice to have that experience. If you're just starting out, you kind of have to take it slow. Medicine just doesn't come to you all at once. It's kind of a complicated field, and there's some surprises that you don't anticipate. I'd say one of the bigger ones is statistics. You really have to have a really good grasp of statistics. Most people don't. I don't know if they're going to be bought out or not. How could you know? I don't have insider information on Abivax. That's a crazy thing to ask. What do you think I want to traffic in insider info? I mean, it's crazy talk. And don't ever try to place stock in what somebody else that you can't control is going to do. How do you know two companies meet and they decide to make a huge transaction? We don't know. Yeah, statistics, inference, hypothesis testing, all that stuff, very, very crucial. Yeah, I mean, I don't pay attention to the rumor mill. If you have a good drug, you're more likely to get takeover offers. You may not accept them, right? You may believe your drug's so good, you're going to keep developing it. Celgene did this. Celgene was very happy that they never sold. They eventually sold to Bristol Myers once the company was very mature. But Celgene could have sold along the way many times, and they held on. Most of the time in biotech or entrepreneurship, sometimes you don't want to sell out. Sometimes you want to play your cards a little longer, see how it goes. Pharmacyclics is a good example. Pharmacyclics had the hottest drug in the market, and they didn't sell until they were on the market for a few years. So you never tell with these things. There's no rhyme or reason. And companies meet all the time. You know, I was a public company drug CEO. I meet all the time with people for any reason. And sometimes these deals they come together so quickly. I remember talking to 2 different CEOs, publicly traded, and I suggested they merge, and before you know it, they merged. That took very little time for that deal to come together. And there's times where you try to force a deal, be an activist, and you still can't get it done. So you really can't predict these things. I think it's a waste of time to try. Just buy the stuff you like and ignore the stuff you don't. And take care of itself. But if you're trying to time some like M&A deal, I mean, what are you, trading insider info? I mean, come on. You know, just make your opinion on what you can control, and that's it. Everything else you can. Maybe Warren. I like doing my own architectures. It's not infeasible. I would agree with that. But, you know, license can only take a company so far. I'd like to make my own architectures. When you say block type, do you mean crypto block, or do you mean chip logic block? Or do you mean neural network block? It's a lot of different blocks. Or do you mean my buddy from prison, D block? Or Chicago gangster hood, O block? What block are we talking about? Yes. Minecraft blocks. Minecraft. I can't wait till my son starts playing Minecraft. He's going to be like, Dad, I want to play Minecraft. I'm like, yeah, bud, let's do it. I call him Bud nowadays. I call him Bud. I love that kid. I call him Bud. Hey, Bud. Because Bud is just not enough, so he's got to be Bud. I don't know. College degrees are useless for some people. There's no blanket statements, right? For some people, you need to signal something. Other people don't need the signaling power of a college degree, but there's some signaling power of a college degree. I mean, you get a college degree from Penn State, you've signaled that you're not retarded. You get a college degree from Harvard, you may signal that you're brilliant. You may be signaling that you are signaling that you might be brilliant. I'll put it that way. You get a college degree from MIT, you're probably brilliant. You know, and that's sort of the way college degrees work. You know, do you need that signaling power? If you don't, either you don't care about it, or you think you can signal a better way, then what good is it to you? Now, if you really do need the signaling power, your parents don't have a famous last name, you have no accomplishments to your name that are independent, a college degree can come in quite handy. So wait a second, I went to MIT. So, oh, well, that gets my attention. But if you say I had the best-selling, app or whatever, that gets my attention even more. But if you had nothing to get my attention, I'll take the MIT, of course. It all depends on how much respect you have for the school, too. Respect can drop over time, like Harvard's respect, I think, is dropping, and other educational institutions. Even financial institutions and companies have respect and power that comes, goes, drops. You never know. I don't know, Kuda. I mean, I only know one thing about business is you got to build, when you build a company, the first company I built is still publicly traded. It's worth like $3 billion or something. Stock price hasn't changed. The shares outstanding has. You don't worry about the stock price. The last thing on my mind is what will stock traders think about my stock? What do I care? My job is to make the best business possible. That's it. Everything else is downstream of that. I can't control, what these people on Wall Street do. I can control what I do. So I work like a dog, bust my butt, learn a lot, make some sacrifices, mostly goats and virgins. Then, maybe we'll come up with something great. But that's still not guaranteed. But if you do something like D-Wave and you focus on pumping, I mean, you're guaranteed to fail. You keep your eye on the prize. When I run a company, I recommend the CEO and the employees don't watch the stock, because it's not, productive. And you certainly don't pay attention to shorts either, right? Shorts won't do anything but waste your time. In fact, I mean, some CEOs feel you shouldn't pay attention to investors at all. Like sell side, buy side meetings. Like, Buffett doesn't. Buffett doesn't talk to any sell side analysts. Doesn't care about somebody having a buy rating on a stock, a sell rating. So, there's plenty of companies that have that attitude. It's, we put our 10Q out. That's it. I don't give a crap if you look at it, don't look at it. We're not going to go to any sell-side conferences. Berkshire's never once attended a sell-side conference or held a conference call for its quarterly results. They put out their quarterly results on Friday night, which is wild. That's a good question, Isaac. It's probably the most important question is evaluating management. There's really no more important question in investing, right? For most investments. Yeah, I mean, I don't get involved in creating hype. I mean, I want to create a business. Some people may say, well, if I can hype my business and get out, that's all I'm good for in life. Well, I hold myself to a little bit of a higher standard than that. I try to create an actual business. Yeah, Wheel, it's not easy because you don't often get to meet management. I think some of it's intangible things. If you could read the employee reviews, sometimes that helps. Glassdoor. But I think you judge them. What I used to do is I used to judge them by actions and keep a report card in my models. So if they did an acquisition that was bad, I would write F or something like that. And I would try to see if I could understand management through just their actions. Does that make sense? But it's definitely one of the like voodoo parts of investing, right? Like you have to make a judgment on these people. There's no great way to do it. You know, Phil Fisher's book, Common Stocks and Uncommon Profits, sort of explains it. But it's certainly, you know, very much like I look him in the eye, and if I like him, I buy it. And if I don't, I don't. That's what one old investor told me once. Just look him in the eye test. Not very scientific. Yeah, I mean, to me, the LPU is just something the company has a license to. I believe that we can make our own devices and arguably better. So I wouldn't overthink LPU. But I'm not saying that there's something bad about it, but I look at the company as, you know, a platform to create whatever you want. Create something really exciting potentially. Not just a license on some other company's stuff. Yeah, optical. I mean, the nice thing about optics is it has the same promise of quantum, probably better, I would say, but it doesn't have the, like you said, the extreme difficulty that comes with quantum, which is basically impossible. It's funny, I can't get this out of my head. That photonics quantum company, who the hell is it again? PsiQuantum. They saw what I posted and they were like, quantum and optics. And I was like, but that was a funny thing to see them watching. Oh, I have to be on TBPN in an hour. So that's... Yeah, exactly, Zeus. Copper was a great start, but we have to transcend copper. And it's not really just the speed is actually not that helpful, which a lot of people don't understand about optical. I remember A-Tire? That was a good one. That shit was so cooked. Oh, I haven't played League in a while, man. I'm like, just consider me a bronze. Trash. Just consider me garbage. That's how I named my cat Trashy, by the way. I was playing League and referring to my teammates as trash because I only blame other people. I don't blame myself. Fucking Anavex, man. Shorts are tricky in this bull market, you know. It's funny because in the bear market, good stocks will drop even when they have good news. People are like, sell it anyway. But in a bull market, the opposite happens. Nobody said it'd be easy. Yeah, people around when I even got my cat on stream. That was a fun lore moment. Yeah, I just saw that company. Never heard of them before. It's like a SPAC? Oh, I see. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Greenland. Let's see, 38 bucks. Ooh. For Lily, what is the stock market? What does the sell side say? Lily. 32 bucks. I get 30. What did I say? 38? It's a lot of upside. I have to review that a little. Probably under reflecting cost growth. 37. They also have interest expense. Paul, get your shit together, basically. Why Kanye or Eminem? Why not both? AppLovin. What a crazy company that was. That is. Soros? I mean, nothing bad to say about Soros. Hmm. Did AppLovin miss at some point? Oh, maybe they're excluding the business they sold. I think so. They sold a game company. They sold their games division, which they just used as spyware. We use these video games. It's unbelievable. Have anybody seen their income statement? It's like pure profit. Never seen a company with this few costs. Sick and twisted. So I have to restate Q3 last year. I hate doing this shit. Okay, it was 1198. Now is 835 186. So revenue almost doubled. Yeah, the shorts love or hate AppLovin as you might. I mean, it does seem like they operate a bit of a shady business model. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? It's 20.919. Okay, this was 62.984, 80.776. That's why I hate these. 36.208. I keep looking backwards. I keep putting the current quarter in the last quarter. Rookie mistakes. I'm not in my game, and I'm not at the top of my game. I'm not getting enough sleep. And the sleep I'm getting is not very restful. I guess that's new dad life too, right? Part of being a new dad. Here's the sale of the business that they bought, or the business they had. They barely have any capex. I'm a dad now. Should we listen to Trump?
Over 40% of all U.S. trade.
Think of that.
American exports are up by more than $150 billion this year. People said, oh, we're not exporting, all we do is buy. If you keep buying, you're not gonna have a country for very long. So we increased exports. $50 billion. The American factories is up 41%. That's a record. Nobody goes 41% down. You go 2% down, 1% down. You go down by 3%. If Kamala got elected, the
Kamala.
would be 41% down. We removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal bureau. That's another thing. So we have, we announce our unemployment numbers, call it unemployment or employment, and they were very good, but we could make them today. But we've slashed tremendous numbers of people off the federal payroll. Because ultimately, if you're on the federal payroll, we have jobs where they have 10 people for every job. So we cut. Now, if you want to see some good numbers, I'll hire a million people. We cut billions of people off the federal payroll. I don't like doing that, but the good news, I don't feel badly because they're getting private sector jobs. And they're getting sometimes twice as much money, 3 times as much money. They're getting factory jobs, they're getting much better jobs and much higher pay. But all I have to do is say like what the Democrats do all the time. They hire 1 million people, and then they hire another million. They load it up, and it says, oh, they only have 3% unemployment rate. It's fake rate. So with us, we're proud of the fact that we cut so many because, again, I don't want to cut people. When you cut them, they go out and get a better job. I like to cut them. And sometimes they have to be forced to do that because, it's like they want to stay where they are. They don't know. And then all of a sudden they end up, we have many cases, Caroline, where people were devastated. They hated Trump. I got caught from my very boring federal job that had, again, sometimes 10 people to do one job. And they were very upset. And now they ended up with a job where they get paid 3 times more money. They're ending up buying houses. It's like crazy. So they went from not liking me to liking me a lot because it's hard to get. We need people. We need people. It's one of the reasons. I mean, when you have good people on the farm or good people in hotels and everything else, we want to work with them as much as we can. Under Biden, 1 out of 4 jobs added was a government job. Think of that. So 25% of the jobs added. That's when you know that. 25% of jobs aren't real jobs. But again, I could do that. I could add 2 million jobs right now without. I could say just hire some more people. I do the opposite. I say get rid of everybody that's unnecessary. Because that's the way you make America great again. When you have all these jobs where people are sitting around doing nothing and they get a lot of money. I'm good. But that's what the Democrats do. They show more, 4% unemployment. That's a good number. But they just add jobs, or they would cut, they would never cut jobs. Under Trump, 100% of all new jobs created have been in the private sector. Not 1% has gone to federal. So under Biden, 1 out of 4 was a government job. Under Trump, 100% of the new jobs created, 100% came from the private sector. That's how you make your country wealthy and strong. We inherited the worst border in history and turned it into the strongest border in history. Illegal crossings have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded, down 99.999%. It's down 100%.
What?
99.9%.
How?
For 8 months in a row, zero, and these are government numbers, these are not my numbers. For 8 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens were admitted to our country. 0. Nobody came in, unless they came in illegally. We have a big process for having people come in illegally. A lot of people are coming in illegally. They have to prove they love our country. They have to prove that they're not going to need welfare. A lot of things they have to do. For the first time in 50 years, we're now seeing reverse migration. Because we're getting all of these illegal people out. People that came in illegally, many cases they're criminals in many, many cases. Remember when they used to say that the people that come into our country as immigrants are very nice people, they're wonderful people, they don't commit crime. No, they make our criminals look like babies.
Goddamn.
They make our Hells Angels look like the sweetest people on earth. The Hells Angels are now considered a nice, I like the Hells Angels, they voted for me. Protected me, believe it or not. But they make our criminals look like
Trump's a fucking beast.
some of the most vicious people that came from the Congo. The prisons, I know the Congo because I ended the war with the
Congo and Rwanda.
They
Very
came
tough people. Very tough.
some of the toughest, meanest
The
people.
meanest you'll ever meet them.
Very much allowed to come into America. These are tough people. Before my election, 100% of net job creation was going to foreign migrants.
You can tell when he's back on the prompter.
The net jobs have gone to American-born citizens. That's a big. In other words, we're now taking care of our people. 100% of net jobs created have gone to the American-born people. Before that, we didn't care. Designated Tren Rock, MS-13, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and we've hit them hard. You've seen what we've done on the water. We're starting to do that on land. The land is much easier, actually. Water is incredible. We did that on the water, so that when you do it on the land, they don't go to the water. Nobody's going into the boat business right now, I can tell you. 97%
Because he popped them.
down drugs coming in by water. 97%. Nobody ever heard that before. 90. They heard 2%, 1%. It went up 2%. 97. I was looking for the 3%. Who the hell is the 3%? They're crazy. But we've
They're locals.
100% of the drugs coming in by water. Now we're going to be very shortly starting drugs coming in by land. We know exactly where they're coming from. Remove tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, savage criminals, and others. We removed them.
Them savages. Keef keef.
In some cases, they're so dangerous that we put them in jail because we don't want to give them to their country. Their country doesn't do anything, and they end up coming back. We have some that we just, they're so bad that we don't want to really release them. We want to put them in a jail where we know they're properly ensconced.
Ensconced.
Think of that. Remove tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, sorcerers, and savage criminals.
Savage.
Why would you want that? The reason is because these are insurrectionists that are doing this work. And, you know, they're gonna make mistakes sometimes. ICE is gonna be too rough with somebody, or, you know, to deal with rough people. They're gonna make a mistake sometimes, it can happen. Terrible. I felt horribly when I was told that the young woman was, had a tragedy. It's a tragedy, it's a horrible thing. Everybody would say, ICE would say the same thing. But, when I learned her parents, and her father in particular, is like, I hope he still is, but I don't know. Was a tremendous Trump fan. He was all for Trump, loved Trump. And, it's terrible. I was told that by a lot of people. They said, "Oh, he loves you. He was a idol." He still feels that way. It's hard situation. But her father was a tremendous, and parents, tremendous Trump fans. I'm saying, it's terrible. Baltimore refugee victims in the United States, including from Somalia, which is a terrible, terrible place, another dangerous place.
No way up loving isn't the best short ever.
Pretty much the only thing. Crime.
Ships.
Oh shit. I turned off my computer by accident.
Let's see, big ships. So you have a huge tanker.
Somalia.
Millions of barrels of oil. Gets hit by a big weapon.
The whole thing blows up.
They're told by their insurance companies, do not hand over the ship. And they're not allowed that many guns on the ship. They're literally, you have these massive ships being taken over by a Somalian small boat with a big weapon. Because if they hit the side of the ship can blow up. So, I mean, you talk about a blow up. We've seen some bad things happen. And the insurance company, some of these ships cost more than $1 billion to build. And the insurance companies say, look, we'd rather give them money than take a chance on $1 billion insurance policy. But they don't have to worry about it because we hit them the same way we hit the people with the drugs in their mouth. They don't know what the hell happened. All of a sudden,
They're dead.
came out of Somalia, really corrupt place. It's not a country. They don't have government. They don't have anything. I always hate to see this. Iran, Omar, she comes from Somalia. Country, probably the worst country. They say it's the worst country in the world. If it's a country, I don't think it's an organization.
Holy shit.
Running around, killing each other and trying to pirate ships. But then she wants to tell us how to run our country. The Constitution says that I am entitled to this.
Bitch.
I can't stand her. Created all taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens.
The Constitution says. Bitch.
Social Security. They were illegally getting Social Security. 275,000 people.
Why did IonQ have news?
If I weren't elected president, this country was going to be destroyed quickly, very quickly. I think within a year, you had Kamala or a Joe type. Joe was a disaster, but if you had Kamala, he was the replacement. I was up by like 25 points on Joe, and they said, "Hey, let's get somebody else." This never happened. Well, I had so many firsts. You're leading somebody by a lot. You know, let's take him out, let's put somebody, that's like I said to Dana White the other night. I said, you know, Dana, it's like you have a fighter, two fighters, one guy is winning by a lot. And let's take this guy out, let's put a new fighter in the ring. Well, that's what happened to me. I was doing great with Biden. Campaign was against Biden. The money was spent against Biden. Then all of a sudden I got Kamala, and said, who the hell is she? But that didn't get too well for them. Never happened before. We are about lots of firsts. Designated English as the official language of the United States of America. We did that. So it took the Gulf of Mexico, and now it's the Gulf of America. We have 92% of the shoreline. It always bothered me to say, most of the shoreline, Mexico is a small percentage. It talks about 8%. We have 92%. The Gulf of Mexico, it should be the Gulf of America. It's going to call it the Gulf of Trump. My people look so up. Sir, I don't think everyone will but I'm telling you, it's a good thing. And it's going to be harder than ever. No, but I decided not to do that. I'm joking, you know what I'm saying. I was not going to call it the Gulf of Trump. Because tomorrow I'll be, Trump wanted to call it the Gulf of Trump, but he was rebuffed by his people. My people don't rebuff me too much. The Gulf of Trump, that does have a good ring though. Maybe we could do that. It's not too late. No, we have the Gulf of America now. It's great. It's our country is proud for the attack on Venezuela, the attack on the Iran nuclear capability, wiped it out. I mean, the first administration, Soleimani, the father of the roadside bomb, al-Baghdadi, the father of ISIS, who was rebuilding ISIS. We wiped them out.
Al-Baghdadi. He's done.
Signed an order that will end birthright citizenship for children of illegal migrants. You know, that case is in court right now. That case was meant for the children of slaves. All you have to do is look at the years. Look at the years where the cases were filed and where the decisions were made. They were right at the end of the Civil War. Trying to say that, in China's making a big business out of that. They come to the country, they have a child, they're an American citizen, they get all the benefits. And nothing to do with that. That was for the children of slaves. And I hope the Supreme Court so rules. Designated fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. It is. We lost, I believe, 300,000 people this year. 300,000.
J&J tomorrow.
Big football stadiums 5 times. It's not even believable. I mean, you could be in the war and you wouldn't lose that many people. So we designated fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction. Conducted numerous successful military strikes against narco-terrorists operating in our hemisphere, including the water strip. Drugs brought in by ocean. So I told you that we're down by close to 100%. Hard to get somebody to pilot those boats. They have to be people that don't watch television, don't read the news. And we just blew up their facility. They had a docking facility where the drugs were stored. And now we have a great relationship with Venezuela. We're getting along fantastic.
Yeah, you could say that again.
But we captured and brought to justice the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, through drugs, killed millions of people in our country. Tremendous drug dealer. Also sent millions of people into our country, including Tren de Aragua, the worst gang. They say it's the worst gang in the world. They took over parts of Colorado. They just take the apartment building. They just took it away. Just took it away like we hear. They cut the hand off one man because he called the police. They who called the police out there? You took my apartment from me. Boom, no hand. This is what they sent us.
Boom, no hand.
Restoring law and order, new category. DC and Memphis, federal task forces deployed massive numbers of federal law enforcement officers and National Guard to restore safety. Crime down in DC is almost down to nothing. DC was a very dangerous place. I think you probably know better than I do. I have a lot of people in the media thank me for that, but some of them found it hard to thank me. But DC is now, look how beautiful. DC is now, you can walk right from here to a restaurant, right through the center of town. You can be with your child, with your loved one, with your lover. Your lover's not going to be killed. You can act like a real lover.
What the fuck is he saying?
You can
He's,
in the middle of the town and
He is fucking out of it.
You know,
You can have a real lover.
What the fuck?
the graffiti all over. There's some guys that are amazing. You know, we didn't tell them to do this. That's not their job description. But they were picking up garbage and everything. They were great. And I don't know, to me, a town, it looks better when you have military people. These are big, strong guys, the bad guys, look at them and they
Gay?
But what they don't know is that we took over 2,000 people out permanently out of DC. These were career criminals. But I feel much better. Seeing this. I went in DC, I walked right down the middle of the street. I felt very safe. A year ago, I couldn't have done that. I would have been crazy to have done that. Secret Service wouldn't let me do it. They weren't thrilled anyway, I will tell you. It wasn't like they were thrilled, but we did it, and it was great. But DC is a great thing, and we have virtually no crime in DC anymore. Before we did this move, it was, we could do the same thing with Chicago. You know, we brought Chicago down 25%, even though we just had a minimal crew there. We brought Wisconsin down. We brought Minnesota down, way down, even though everything's a fight. You know, because they want to keep those people that are lying on the floor. They want to keep those people in Minnesota, but they really don't. I don't think the real people have been. It's a very corrupt place, and the elections are totally corrupt. I feel I won it all 3 times. Nobody's won that state since Richard Nixon. It's a rigged state. And the Somalians vote as one group, even if they're not citizens, and they vote as one group. And, you know, you get 600,000 votes against you. They all want to get the hell out of here. They're dead for our country.
Wow.
Largest reduction in violent crime on record. So this just came out nationwide over the last 11 months, achieved the largest reduction in violent crime on record, including the largest one-year drop in murders ever recorded. Almost 2,000 lives were saved. That's despite the fact that we took in criminals under the leadership of the Democrats and Joe Biden.
He just said, get all the Somalis out.
Is down by
The
100
fuck?
vehicles nationwide. That's another nationwide. The motor vehicle theft is what's out of control. What's very much in control. It was
A little casual racism.
100,000 vehicles to a record low. Began the process of eliminating cashless bail policies across the nation. You got to get rid of your sanctuary cities, and I hope our people know that we're not going to pay sanctuary cities. We're not going to pay them anymore. They are sanctuary for criminals. They hold criminals. We're not going to pay. They can sue us, and maybe they'll win. We're not giving money to sanctuary cities anymore as of the beginning of the month. We began the process of eliminating the cashless bail. Well, cashless bail is where it all started. It's a disaster. And then other places, I don't know if it started in New York. I remember it starting in New York. So if somebody comes in, murders somebody, and they let them out, no bail, no nothing. Basically, cashless bail means you just get the hell out. And they go outside. We have one case where a guy murders somebody, gets released, and goes out and murders somebody. 2 people in one day. No, we got to get rid of cashless bail. They got to pay, got to have bail. The reason for bail, long tested. Signed an executive order to bring back mental institutions and insane asylums. We're going to have to bring them back. Hate to build those suckers, but you got to get the people off the streets. You know, we used to have, when I was growing up,
This guy's just going.
in Queens, I grew up in Queens, we had a place called Creedmoor. Creedmoor, did anybody know that? Creedmoor. It was a big, I said, Mom, why are those bars on the building? I used to play Little League Baseball there, a place called Cunningham Park. It was quite the baseball player, you wouldn't believe.
Is he on today?
They're always there for me, she said. So you could be a professional baseball player. I said, thanks, Mom. I said, why are those bars on the windows? Big building, big, powerful building. It loomed over the park, actually. She said, well, people that are very sick are in that building. I said, boy, I used to always look at that building and I'd see this big building, big tall building. It loomed over the park. It was sort of, now that I think it was pretty unfriendly sight. But I'll never forget, I don't know if it's still there, because they got rid of most of them, you know, the Democrats in New York, they took them down. The people live on the streets now. That's why you have a lot of the people in California and other places, they live in the streets. They took the mental institutions down, they're expensive. But it's like, why does that building have those floors for? It wasn't normal. You're used to looking at like a window. But this one, you look at it, all this steel, vicious steel, tiny windows, bars all over the place. Nobody was getting out. It's called a mental institution. That was an insane asylum. Designated Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, and many others it is. America is respected again on the world stage. It's another topic. Obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capability, and Operation Midnight Hammer was one of the most successful anyone's ever seen. CNN fake news, I don't know where they are. CNN, anybody from CNN here? Fake news, nobody wants to raise their hand anymore. They used to, oh, yeah. You know, raise your hand. They said, well, maybe it wasn't that successful, which I really was angry because these pilots took their life in their hands. 2 o'clock in the morning with no moon, dead dark, guns shooting at them. They went in with those beautiful B-2s and every single bomb went down an air shaft and obliterated it. And CNN came out and said, well, maybe it wasn't by a scam writer who wrote, you know, fake stories, a lot of fake stories on other topics. That's what we did. We said, that's a terrible thing. You know, the pilots came back and they said, we hit everything. They did a great job. Then on top of that, we launched from a submarine about 30 Tomahawks on top of everything else. The place was obliterated. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. Turned out it was worse than it was. You know who can tell you that? The Iranians would tell you that. Because if they do anything, they're going to have to start a brand new place. But they did an amazing job. It was like what we did with Venezuela. I mean, nobody's ever seen a military operation. And it ate unendable wars in 10 months. These were Cambodia and Thailand fighting for years. Kosovo and Serbia. The Congo and Rwanda. Pakistan and India, they were really going at it. 8 planes shot down. They were going to go nuclear, in my opinion. The Prime Minister of Pakistan was here, and he said President Trump saved 10 million people and maybe much more than that. They're both nuclear countries. Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia were going to fight over a dam. I got it to stop. I still got to work it out. Because they put a dam up in Ethiopia that stops the flow from a little river called the Nile. I always think of the Nile being in Egypt, you know, beautiful Nile, the pyramids, that's it. They put the dam up. You know who paid for the dam? The United States is the biggest dam, I think, in the world. They put a dam up. I said, how did you let that happen? Why would we have done that? We financed it, this country. I don't think it was a Democrat, but what a terrible thing. So Egypt basically they don't have enough water in the Nile. And they use that for a lot of things, including entertainment and travel and tourism and everything. I mean, they're getting a big dam. I got to work that one out now too. Armenia and Azerbaijan, President Putin told me, I cannot believe you settled that war. I've been trying to settle that war for 10 years. Armenia and Azerbaijan, they were fighting it for many, many years. And I ended up getting the heads of the both countries in my office. Beautiful Oval Office, much more beautiful now than it ever was. And one sat on one side, one side in the other, said, you know, I've been the head of Azerbaijan for 22 years, and for 22 years I've been killing his people. The other gentlemen, both very good guys, Said, I've been here for 7 years, and for 7 years I've been killing his people. And they started over there, and within an hour they were next to each other, and by the time we ended, they were hugging each other, and it's been a great peace. Should have gotten the Nobel Prize for each one, but I didn't understand it. I saved millions and millions and millions. And don't let anyone tell you that Norway doesn't control the shots, okay? It's in Norway. Norway controls the shots. I said, we have nothing to do with it. It's a joke. There was such prestige. Got all, that's why I have such respect for Maria doing what she did. She said, I don't deserve it to know what she does. But she got it, didn't they said, wow, that's amazing. I thought President Trump would get it. President Trump deserves it. He ended up 8 wars. How nice, right? She's a good woman. Got all 20 living hostages returned to their families and the remains. They all came out. We got the 20 living hostages. We got the 28 hostages. They have 1 left. We think we know where it is. Amazing. Looks like we weren't going to get anywhere near that. Now they've got it. And more importantly, we got many more. Hundreds. We got them all. If we didn't do it, we wouldn't have had. Most of those people would have been dead. I don't know if that's covered properly, but we got the 20. It's great. They were the last ones. I would say the last 20 are going to be hard, but we got them. We got the last 20, and we got close to 28 of the bodies of the dead. And to those parents, it was just as important as getting their son back alive. They were almost even more intent. They knew their son was dead. They wanted to get the body and get him back. We just created the Born in Peace, which I think is going to be amazing. I wish the United Nations could do more. I wish we didn't need a Born in Peace with the United Nations. And with all the wars they settled, the United Nations never helped me on one war. I mean, I guess I'm not blaming them. I didn't call them to help. But I got, presidents and prime ministers together. We knocked heads. We got involved. They like me. I like them. Every single one of them nominated me for a Nobel Prize. Every one of the wars, among many others, nominated me for a Nobel Prize. But Putin told me, I cannot believe you got this war settled. I worked on it for 10 years because it's his territory. Rescued 83 American hostages and citizens detained from abroad without paying money. No money. Apprehended terrorists responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing that claimed the lives of 13 U.S. service members in Afghanistan, the lowest point in the history of our country. That was a Biden disaster. I was getting out, but I was getting out with dignity and strength. We were the boss, so we were the boss. They wouldn't do a thing against us. And this very stupid person got in, and what a shame. They should have left from Bagram, which is the big military base, which has hundreds of acres around it. Should have left from Bagram. Terminated visas of Hamas sympathizers and deported pro-jihad foreign nationals. Got NATO members to agree to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP from 2%, and they paid the 5%, and they didn't pay the 2%. And by the way, I did more for NATO than any other person alive or dead. Nobody's done it for NATO. And I think for the most part, they'll tell you that. I think you could ask the Secretary General about that. He said it. I've done more for NATO than anybody, and I see all this stuff. NATO's treated us fairly too. The big fear I have with NATO is we spend tremendous amounts of money with NATO, and I know we'll come to their rescue, but I just really do question whether or not they'll come to ours. I'm just asking, just saying, right? Remember during the debate, just saying.
Yeah.
Signed $1 trillion investment in U.S. military,
He's still going?
and next year we hope to spend $1.5 trillion to building battleships that are 100 times more powerful than the battleships of World War II, which are the big, beautiful things with the guns. I said, what about bringing them out of Dresden? They said, sir, what we're building will blow them away. Think of it. These ships are 100 times more powerful than the battleships that you see. Victory at Sea. You ever seen Victory at Sea? What a great thing that is to watch. We needed the Department of Defense into the Department of War, which everyone loves, by the way. Signed landmark critical minerals deal to Australia, Malaysia, Thailand, Japan, and many others. We have so much rare. It's actually not that rare. Getting it processed is rare, but a lot of rare. There's a lot of earth around it. World Health Organization, where we were paying hundreds of millions of dollars a year. So we were paying 500 million.
Trying to think of interesting things to talk about on TBPN. My asthma's killing me. What else? What else can we talk about? I read the comments. Slam Bloomberg. Oh, it's kind of fun. Research is updated. Southside research comes in on a delay. I need those lungs checked out. I have terrible asthma. I need some injection, like Dupixent. No, these guys don't do biotech. don't know when we'll do AI tools. Depends on what that's for. Passcode. Ah.
Recording in progress.
The lead will take the information back to their organization and begin internal discussion about whether and how to proceed. So I just thought that was pretty interesting. How do you gain trust from the Japanese market? Part of it is showing your commitment to the Japanese market, where simple things matter. Is your product localized? Is your documentation localized? Do you have a support person that I can speak Japanese with? That's one layer. The other layer, which is harder to potentially navigate at first, is the social proof aspect. So you need to get some social proof. And
Yeah, I'd be so curious to know how like a company like Notion has done in Japan, right? It's product led.
Yeah.
They do have enterprise as well, but again, it's a product that just kind of scales naturally. But yeah, for so many different kind of like vertical SaaS players, it would feel like unless the Japanese startup ecosystem is asleep at the wheel and not paying attention to what's working outside. Like, can you imagine as a vertical SaaS player going and trying to compete in Japan against a local, like a talented local team? Like,
it feels like
it feels like you just get smoked.
Yeah. Anyway, Vanta, automate compliance and security. Vanta is the leading AI trust management platform.
Max Hodak
We
is
got
on
to do this
there.
before
He
we bring our
says,
guest.
fun fact, rather than asking Claude to double check its own work, you can lie to it and say Codex went romping through the code and left bugs and it should find them.
I like the idea that somewhere in the weights, all the drama of the AI lab battles are being encoded and creating bitter, deep rivalries. It's it's very funny. I saw something else about Claude just rejecting a prompt whole cloth. Did you see this? Somebody was like,
Check.
rewrite this entire app in jQuery. And Claude was like, no, that's a bad decision, bad use of resources. I'm not doing it. I don't know if that's real, but I know it was very, very funny. Anyway, we have our first guest of the show, Martin Shkreli, in the Restream waiting room. We'll bring him in into the good old show. Martin, how you doing?
What's up, guys?
Good to see you.
Great to see you.
Happy New Year.
Happy
How's
New
your year going so far?
Great. I'm a new dad, so that's it's been pretty wild. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you.
Has it been wild, or is it
Where does it?
is it kind of more normal?
Yeah.
Like to me, parenting does feel natural.
Mm-hmm.
And so some people have this idea of like, oh, it's so insane, and you know, it's so complicated, and I have to read 20 books, and other people is like kind of follow kind of your own nature and just like take care of your child.
Yeah, I'm following my nature. I mean, I'm following my nature. The kid's got to produce at some point. He's starting to come into work like once a month. You know, he comes in, googles gagas, you know, entertains the troops here. But at some point, you know, some trades, something, do something, you know.
Yep.
So it's
Some trades.
he's not.
You gotta find some alpha.
Have some conviction.
Yeah, it's taken forever, but
What's the environment like in your office? You guys have remote component?
no remote. Remote is evil. You know, I think that if you're going to war together, you can't go to war remotely. You know, it's you know, my people fought the Ottoman Empire, and you know, one man, you know, famous general, you know, stopped the Ottoman Empire largely by himself, and at least that's the legend. You know, and if we're gonna take on Bloomberg or whoever we're fighting, you know, I just don't think you could do it with some guy sitting in, you know, at home with his feet up. You know, it just doesn't make sense to me.
What's the current battle that you guys are fighting, and how is the war going?
War's going great. We just closed a seed round. We raised 5. We raised. All right. Let's go. We raised We raised two like a year ago to get the ball rolling, or a year and a half ago. We raised 5 as a seed round, and then we'll probably do like a 10, 20, 30, something like that this year as an A. We have a lot of revenue. We're almost profitable. It's, the interesting thing about financial software is traders want to try everything. Like they just, it's the greatest business in the world. And, you do have to have domain expertise, which nobody has. So I think that's a lot of fun. We also might get into MCP.
Do you mean nobody in tech has?
Yeah, that. the people with our customers are brilliant. The people who are in finance have financial expertise, or at least many of them, believe they do. Obviously, to some extent, it's like a casino, and you're sort of arming them with tools. A lot of the tools haven't changed. I do have this thing I want to show you guys when I'm ready. I think we're going to call it like SIT or SIT rep or SITch. It's going to be like the situation monitoring suite. That's just like
Perfect.
Bloomberg has these like fake systems that they're pretty awful, but there's something where you could like see the map and you can kind of see different things happening, like earthquakes or whatever. But like take that and actually make it really good. I think people would truly want to monitor situations. I think that's a new, like there's no situation monitoring as a service. I mean, I think it's a new sector.
No, it's a new category. It's a prosumer category. It's people I think actually enjoy it so much that it's like camping, where I think people will be willing to spend money.
Oh, totally. So think about the revenue of Bloomberg. It's 8 billion, 10 billion, whatever. A satellite constellation, maybe it's 100 mil. And imagine if you're sitting at Citadel or Millennium or some hedge fund or Fidelity or something, and you're literally tasking a satellite. Like, no, actually, I want a satellite to point here. And what margin difference would it make? You could probably pass through. You'd probably be accretive to EBITDA to have your own constellations, like satellite constellation, and then things like drones, or maybe there's Bloomberg right now. I think they have like ships and shipping routes and flights and like kind of fairly boring stuff, but you could make it 100 times better. So that'll be fun when it's ready. And again, this is all inspired. This whole sector started with the Bezos kind of, with the headset. It's everyone.
What's your take on prediction markets?
Oh, boy.
Do you think that they're valuable uses of information? Do you think it all just winds up being sports betting? Where does all this go?
Yeah,
We will be trading.
On what you say.
Do you guys get paid by these guys? Just want to make sure, because they seem.
Yeah, super.
Like 1,000x long, and you saying biotech and stuff.
There you go. All $3 on it. Yeah. No,
But what do you think on prediction markets? Valuable, useful, do you use them?
Yeah, it's great. It's a great question. I mean, I think it's probably like social media, like the first social media companies. If you like go back into like that Steve Levy book about Facebook, which I think is just fantastic, like almost documenting, every part of it. There were a couple of very random, even before Friendster, a couple of these really proto social media companies, and the sector exploded. I think that's where we're at. I don't think, I wish the companies the best of luck, except for Kalshi, but the two companies. But I do think that, markets have been around for, hundreds of years, if not longer. And ICE and SIBO and these other companies, they're publicly traded. They don't sit there and twiddle their thumbs and say, gee, I hope some creative new market comes along. They make financial products all the time that fail. They innovate, they add new things, and then they actually take them down because they don't catch fire on Wall Street. So if you want to be like that micro kind of, micro markets sort of pioneer, it's interesting, but it's sort of still like you get into scale problems with like who actually arbitrates some of these bets. Obviously sports is easy and some of these other things, but how much are you just financializing for financializing's sake? And is that sustainable when you actually need people with tons of money to fight the arbitrage gradient? If you're betting, so in full disclosure, I've been running the spot on Polymarket that makes a market in the Bitcoin 15-minute markets, which are somewhat inefficient. And nobody needs to trade this, right? There's no actual, benefit to trading this other than you can take 2 to the n bets. So you get around, I guess, 96 bets a day. And if you somehow you know, the money velocity of getting a lot of those right, you can compound insanely well. Of course, it's random. But, you know, people hope springs eternal that you could somehow get the rhythm of the market every 15 minutes. And you can, I think somebody posted on Polymarket that they took a very small amount of money into a very large amount of money. So, you know, it is kind of I think it's a bit of a waste of ingenuity and engineering. And we're working on trying to sort of make a prediction market that might be more relevant, say, to private companies. You know, right now, the binary outcomes of prediction markets have forced you into this box of like, will OpenAI go public this year? Will SpaceX hit $1 trillion valuation? Why can't it just be dollar for dollar? Why not like this is just a market that pays you N dollars per, you know, like a swap. So, and I'm sure that might be being worked on by other companies, but I think that's like an economically rational thing. So the spirit is there. Like we should have our own markets. We should be able to deploy whatever we want, but actually make it make sense. And I think they're still trying to figure that out.
Yeah. What is the state of tracking large, late-stage private companies' valuations? You have the ticker at the bottom with, you know, Mag 7 big tech companies.
Yeah.
Market caps. I would love to ask.
So we have that. Yeah.
OpenAI.
We have that on Godel.
There's a debate over, you know, how you actually get the data.
I got into it with Lonsdale. I unfollowed him. I unfollowed him for 5 minutes because of it. I was just so mad because, you know, right? I might have made a few days, but eventually I relented. But I think that what Lonsdale is saying is right in that if he gets invited to a deal for, say, Ramp or whoever, you know, he was complaining that my Ramp number was too low. And okay, fine, that's fine. But it's the same thing as insider info in the stock market. So you have insider info, great. You know Ramp's going to trade up 50% higher than my number. He's like, your number's wrong. Well, it's no different from me saying, well, you know, the NVIDIA number's wrong, but I know they're going to have a blowout quarter. And, you know, well, you know, how am I supposed to know that? You know, my market only reflects the people trading on it, not, you know, the news you know before everyone else knows it, which is in private, as you know, guys know very well, in private world, that's normal. And that's to be expected. Otherwise you won't part with your money. But in the public world, you're not supposed to have that information edge. So he's so used to having the information edge, because I'm sure he gets invited to many, many great deals, that, you know, he knows, oh, the price is about to change. And so SpaceX is a really funny example. On our platform, SpaceX price has tripled because, you know, Elon sort of dropped this bomb that like, oh, we're going to do a buyback at this crazy price. Obviously not crazy to him, but to the marketplace, they're like, what? WTF? It's like more than doubled in the last few months. You know, just because.
Well, and a lot of the stuff late stage, if somebody, you know, there's so much demand and there's so little supply that if somebody comes to you and they're like, hey, I've got SpaceX at $1.5 trillion, and somebody's like, if I believe Elon can get this thing out at $1.5 trillion, sure, I'm going to be flat over until they get out or whatever, but at least I'm in, right? So I don't know. People will start to be able to justify almost any price up.
Sure. And I know Matt Grimm is on this, you know, warpath against these, against people trading. Yeah. So, I mean, I feel like the only solution is we have to have we have to be able to trade like, just like Polymarket, private companies, and there's a big battle brewing behind the scenes over this, and we'll see what comes of it. But I wanted to talk to you.
Elon, speaking of XAI, SpaceX, walk me through all the internal secrets that you learned from
Wait, first of all, if your most junior employee went on a cinematic podcast for 90 minutes and just told all about GoDaddy and everything, would you?
Yeah, how would you react?
I think, you know, my first like week in hedge funds, I thought this was a good idea, and my sense for asking the boss just like kicked in at the last second. It's like.
So you were going to call up Bloomberg and say, like, I got to tell you, we were working on some exciting stuff. I got to tell you about some hard trading.
This specific market is wildly mispriced. We're going to make
Right. No, I was long the stock, and the company told me, oh, we're doing this newspaper piece. Do you mind giving a quote for it since you're our investor? And I told our CFO, I said, I'm going to be doing this, just so you know. And he's like, no, the fuck you're not. And yeah.
Okay, so what did you actually learn from the
I think there were
deep dive.
I think it was less about learnings and more about like just the gumption of like the way he was answering questions. I can understand like, look, you're an engineer, you should be able to go on a podcast. Questions come up about XAI, you probably say, look, I can't really talk about it. You might drop a few things, but you know, he was really like, people asked, the interviewer asked him, how is Optimus going to roll out? And he was like, well, let me tell you. It's like, dude, that's Elon's job. You know, it's not yours. And so the real reason I kind of came after this guy in a not so like kind of an oblique way is he had, I looked up this guy. I have a lot of friends at XAI. I was like, who is this guy? And he had blocked me. And I said, oh, no, this is a big mistake. So I'm going to amplify, you know, that you did this. And again, I mean, I think the guy was fired, you know, at least the second he went on the show. I doubt that I had any part to do with it, but I definitely didn't mind amplifying the insane kind of decision he made. And, you know, if you block me, that's I mean, Ro Khanna. No, he came at me for absolutely no reason. I said it, you know, I replied to his tweet like 80 million other people, like, this is a bad move. And I wasn't a dickhead. I was like, look, I think that the problem is that it's not the billionaires that leave. It's the billionaires and their teams, right? So if Peter leaves California, if Palmer leaves California, if Elon leaves California, it's not just them who leave. It's every guy that works for them. And it's every florist that works for those guys. I'm trying to find a florist. It's every house cleaner. It's every lawyer.
You have the highly productive, high agency team members that are like, I want to be in the same building as my boss every single day.
Yeah.
I want to go to war remotely, like you said, and if I'm going to be a serious player at this company, I need to have proximity to the person.
I mean, yeah, the average billionaire family office has got to be 50 employees, their families, like it gets pretty big.
Or even, I mean, just the companies they're running, right? I mean, just the companies they're running, if it's, there has to be a ton of new employment in Texas because of this, and I'm sure it'll only continue. I wanted to talk to you about two.
Our friend Jordan was just saying that he's like, Ro Khanna's just rage baiting you guys, and you just completely. You know,
I've seen that.
and I think that's. I'm sure Ro will use this to set up, you know, his next.
And Lulu as well, right?
Take away from the fact that you're going to leave. I don't care if you like. If you're just using this as a stepping stone to, like, you know, go to the national stage, being like, I stood up against California billionaires that weren't playing their fair share. Well, like, I live in California, and we still have to live with the consequences of, like, your political ambitions. You're pushing something that's so obviously, you know, I said, like, what do you want California to become? Like an agrarian society, you know, where it's just like agriculture and vineyards and tourism, like. There's a lot of, like, every other state will be happy to take these jobs and you know, host these companies. I don't think we should just, you know, hand them all over.
What's really crazy is my partner's at one of the big AI labs, and, you know, if she leaves California and then sells her stock, California will, you know, kind of come after you. And someone just posted this really almost like fascist letter that the California Tax Department sent them. I don't know if you guys saw this. Yeah, it was insane. I mean, it was like...
Basically, the letter was like, we want to understand the narrative.
Circumstance narrative.
It's like, spin us a yarn. Tell us a story on how you decided on how you had the audacity to leave this state.
I'm shocked by it. Go ahead.
Yeah. On XAI, did the podcast make you more bullish on the strategy at XAI specifically? Were there things that you thought were particularly exciting about what was laid out, or things that you thought were maybe misunderstood in this price?
It's hard to tell from the junior engineer. You know, I think, like, you know, you get a window, which is great, but it's also. It's Elon's show, and like the risk of over-indexing to something like that is like, okay, this guy saw it, he worked there, that's cool, but what is Elon really thinking? And I think that there's this new thing coming from the AI companies that nobody's expecting. And, you know, I wanted to see if he was going to drop sort of that. And I think all of the labs are gearing up to think about this. And it's sort of this new derivative of kind of the outcomes of AGI. And I think almost nobody in the market's talking about it. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the next, I'll just, you know, leave a teaser there, see how the next, you know, 5 5 to 10 years, I can't. The next 5 to 10 years comes, but I think that the question is really what can AI really do? And I think that we've very much over-indexed to chatbots and LLMs, and like a good new direction, you know, people have talked about endlessly is robotics, but imagine there's 50 new directions, you know, and I think that, you know, I hate to say something like this changes everything, but like there's a couple of clever ones I think coming that are just haven't been seen yet. And I think the smaller, like the non-Google, non-Microsoft type of players, you know, including X, is kind of what I'm thinking about, are actually thinking about this very, very heavily. And MacroHard, I guess MacroHard is kind of, you know, an example of like, what is that really? And what's really going to be MacroHard as we see, you know, MacroHard be revealed more and more. I think there's a lot more to that than, you know, in some ways, I think MacroHard is going to be bigger than XAI. It's all one entity, if I'm not mistaken, but MacroHard is probably worth more than XAI. And I think that we just don't know what's coming out of that. And we also know about Elon's AI gaming ambition, which I think, and I don't know if you guys have seen Martin Casado's coding. It's very cool stuff. You know, it's amazing that guy can invest and do that stuff. And I think one leads to the other. I sort of do the same thing for my end. I want to talk to you about really fast this idea of photonic computing, which I think time is coming. So photonic computing is what it sounds like. It's using light instead of electrons to compute. It's been around for 50 years. It's sort of like quantum's ugly stepsister, but I think it's actually the belle of the ball, because there are very few companies working on this. You probably know all about it from interconnects, where, you know, and so Silicon Photonics as well. But recently in Nature and a few other like preeminent sort of journals, especially Chinese companies, have shown that you could do matmoles with light. And it's actually pretty remarkable. Light goes to 100 terahertz, but it's more important than that. It actually is you can do 3D matmoles, and they're O of 1 in complexity. So it's a pretty insane speed up versus GPU. GPUs are great, but they're almost too general, which is why TPUs have sort of been there. But if you throw out the need for, you know, lots of different instructions, you just need to do a matmole, which, as you guys know, is 95% of what a GPU chip's doing all the time. A matmole is done with light very naturally through constructive and destructive interference. It just nature does it. So I think this could be an interesting new space, and I'm spending a lot of time on it, and, you know, very curious about, you know, could there be a chip? There's a couple of private companies, and I'm starting to dig around and, you know, see what's what here. I think most people stop short of actually making the full photonic computer because they need revenue, they need earnings, they need something. And Celestial AI got bought out by Marvel. You know, there's some attempt to sort of push more and more of, like, we used to use copper wires to transmit information. Now we use photonics and fiber, and more of the chip and more of the entire global kind of computer infrastructure is going photonic, and maybe the whole thing goes photonic someday, and that electricity is actually the odd man out. Photons don't have some properties that are perfect for, you know, computing, but others, like in the case of matmoles, which is now like most of the compute we need in the world, they're actually kind of perfect. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see if there's one private Chinese company called Lightelligence, and it sort of has a foot in the rest of the world. They're in Singapore, but they're also a foot in China. They started at MIT, so they're privately held. There's Light Matter, which it's not really clear that they're still pursuing kind of all optical photonics. And then Microsoft's done a little bit in the space too. So I'm really interested in this as the potential next, like, as we think as Grok, the acquisition of Grok has sort of in the quantum insanity. This is kind of why I care about this in the first place as a biotech guy. You know, this is very weird for me to think about this, but the Grok acquisition for 20 billion, the quantum crap that's trading for 10 or 20 billion, people really want to think about what's next in compute. And of course, the unconventional and their raise at 5 billion just for a new co. It's all sort of clear that anything that can beat an NVIDIA matmole, in my opinion, could be worth trillions.
What's the state of the quantum computing market? It seems like the companies have not sold off, but you went viral on a podcast sort of breaking down your overall thesis. Is the market sort of waking up to your way of seeing the timelines around quantum computing or the impact of quantum computing? Or is there still more work to be done on your end?
Yeah, so I think there's no more thinking that needs to be done. I think this is a war of attrition where both sides are right. And this is why I've kind of started to look for other kinds of compute. And as you know, our great friend Beth Bezos has his own kind of compute. So like the point is you got a 5 trillion market cap. And if you bought a stock at 5 billion, which is not a small cap, that's a big company. Most of us would be very happy to exit at 5 billion. You can still get 1,000x, right? If it's the next NVIDIA. So if you even have a 0.1% chance that one of these quantum stupid companies is the next NVIDIA, I mean, take a flyer, you get 1,000x. So I feel like there kind of is a rational thinking there, even if it's impossible. You know, who's to say what's the difference between 0.1 and 0.0? It's the kind of difference I think about, but most other people don't care. And so any chance to get, it's like the menu problem. What's on the menu for the average Joe versus what's on the menu for you and me? We might get in a Grok round. We might get in an unconventional round. The average person can't, but they can buy $2,000 Rigetti or D-Wave on their Robinhood, and maybe they'll get the same kind of, you know, self-manifesting in some ways, you know, beta. But I'm also curious if you guys want to talk at some point, expand this and talk about biotech more, because it's.
Well, I mean, like, give us a lay of the land currently, how you're thinking about the year broadly, what's exciting, what's maybe being oversold about AI's potential impact in biotech versus being underappreciated.
Yeah, I think that the NVIDIA Lilly had announced this big partnership. And I've been thinking about drugs and AI more and more and more. And I feel like there is something to do here, but it's not the stuff that everyone thinks about, like drug discovery itself for small molecules or even proteins. I'm not sure AI is very useful. We have great forcing functions for that, whether they're physical chemists or software. You don't need a 10x or 100x improvement of that. The actual part of drug discovery, and I can say this as a very worn out drug company CEO, the biggest problem of drug companies is the people. And there's fantastic people that work at drug companies. It's just that you have 10, 15, 20 different departments that have to talk to each other, whether it's toxicology, preclinical, PK, there's all these little subsections. They all have to talk to each other and everything gets lost in the translation. Project management is supposed to sit on top of all of that. It just often makes it worse. And so you have this like impossible, you talk to anybody that works in big pharma and they'll tell you how ugly it is. And so if you had a machine doing it, it'd probably work better. And I think that more and more companies are going to, whether it's a drug company or law firm or anything else, there's going to be these sort of self-organizing, more decision-making gets pushed down. Sometimes I ask ChatGPT about, what would be a better marketing strategy, or how do I get more users? What should I do? And it's like, oh, have you thought about, this? And, sometimes you'll get something surprising. So I think that's sort of the angle I'd play for drug companies. There's so much inertia. Oftentimes the CEO will like kill a drug for no reason. He'll promote another drug for no reason. The data says no. The chief scientist, has a personal vendetta with another company, so really wants to push that drug. Like there's all these irrational decisions that get made over what's basically hundreds of millions of dollars to spend. And it's remarkably inefficient. So when Vivek came in to try to really upset the apple cart here, as I did too, we sort of did the same thing. It was a little tricky because it's just not an industry that moves fast and breaks things. And for all the occasional luck you get on a drug, there's a lot of that luck is distributed as well. So Vivek got a lot of bad luck sometimes with Roivant. He got a couple of things of good luck. It's done fine. But it's very hard to get the compounding effects that you get. So Lilly has somehow been able to do it because that drug is not going to go generic. But again, the problem is you make a great drug, you have a good hit, you have 10 years to make money and that's it. And so none of these AI companies would be worth anything if in 10 years they all had to give up their assets because there was a generic AI company. So I feel like drugs still are in this perilous situation. The whole industry is sort of cooked because there's fewer and fewer drug targets to go after. So we keep fighting over the smallest number of patients in these random diseases, sometimes like the skinniest slice of cancer where there's 600 people have it and there's 12 drug companies that are developing a drug for it. And so there's overcapacity in the industry. I mean, the same thing happened in steel and some other places. And we arguably have too much going on. And the real fear right now is China. The China drug development capability has gotten so good that there's really no need.
Who was it that was saying like, yeah, I would hate. We all want to cure cancer, but I would hate if China cured it before us.
It's a wild quote.
Yeah.
But on the AI impact in pharma, drug discovery, what is the lever that we should be watching between, more frontier models, basically raising the IQ, making them smarter, more knowledgeable, versus just speeding them up, getting the state-of-the-art models running on Grok or Cerebrus so that's faster, so you can do more? Or is it more of like a adoption, diffusion, training? You need to just get the CEO to actually have, like, turn AI loose in the organization. It's like a change management problem.
I think,
You mentioned HR. One thing I think XAI should do is take a little bit of macro art and build an HR function that when employees say, "Hey, can I go online?"
Yes, it just says now.
quickly,
I think it should be an if statement.
and it's like, if Elon, yeah.
If podcast mentioned, say no. It's keys to success in AI and bio.
I think pharma is a misunderstood business. So there was this sort of drug goat is this guy named Paul Janssen. So he created Janssen, and Janssen was acquired by J&J, but Janssen himself just personally invented, I think half a dozen to a dozen critical medicines, not like Me Too's or anything like that, but like he personally discovered, I think the first antipsychotic, fentanyl, like several like massive drugs.
Creator of fentanyl.
It wasn't that back then, right? But
It's very
enabled surgeries.
How are you processing the peptide boom?
Well, that whole thing is another story, but I want to get back to Paul. So there's statues of this guy, etc. We need more Paul Janssens, whether they're digital synthetic sort of intelligence or not. The drug industry is an idea industry. It is not an industrial process. It's some guy sitting down saying, you know what I think would stop cancer if we made an HDAC inhibitor? Well, actually, people tried that. It doesn't work. So, and then somebody saying, I read a paper about this, and, actually, maybe this would do it. And
it's the same thing as like getting a digital Ilya, who can just go and try a bunch of AI research ideas with the AI researcher in a box, turn that loose, and then that unfurls into progress. Certainly a challenge. Is that constrained by hardware, compute, scale? Are you still scaling build, or is there an idea that will lead to that?
It's a great question, because in the old days, if you wanted to run computer experiments, you didn't need much cost. In fact, that was the attraction. It's like you sit there and write code. And now it's like, no, I need a cluster. And for drugs, it's sort of has always been an expensive capital, thing, but in the scheme of things, it's cheaper than AI. And, it's kind of like, you could probably get some proof of concept in animals and people for, less than you might imagine. And then from there, you can develop a portfolio of drugs. So I think that, getting the idea part of the drug discovery industry more sort of capable is one thing AI can help a lot with. And that downstream makes less expenses in clinical trial development and also the decision making. Somebody looking at the data and saying, look, this drug is a dog. Let's not do a phase 2. Let's not do a phase 3. And oftentimes the scientists and the companies have like, I don't know, Wall Street wants us to see us in phase 3. We can't really fall behind our rival. And they'll often push, I'd say up to a half of all drugs in clinical trials shouldn't be in clinical trials. And, that's a lot of money wasted. It's a lot of patient time wasted. And a lot of it is pushed by other incentives and other things like that. So I think AI is a lot of, potential for drug discovery. But every time I talk to somebody that wants to talk about AI and drug discovery, they've never been at a drug company. They've never actually done it. And when you do it, you realize it's much more about who's Paul Janssen discovering the next, bunch of hits and who was lucky and got a one-hit wonder, and then who just sucks in general, like Pfizer or something. And so you sort of have to like generate those ideas. It's almost like an investor in hedge funds or something. Like
it's interesting because I feel like I can't remember who exactly, but there was somebody on the show that was saying we don't need more ideas. We need a cost reduction across the
that would help too.
From that point.
Yeah.
But most of the cost is clinical trials, so you have to find a way.
So what you were saying is like if you have these 15 departments, and if you can somehow make it so that you can have, is it Is it a head count? Or, like, how much is like a head count reduction actually going to impact the overall cost?
I think it's all clinical trials. Like, so once you've invented a drug, say that costs 10 to 50 million, the next 400 or 500 million is going to find a bunch of people to try it and compare it to placebo, because you have to monitor those people so carefully and so closely that it ends up being this massive cost across, you know, tons of clinical trials. That's the hard part. If you could just take shots on goal for 50 million, 20 million left and right, you know, you'd have a really productive drug industry. But unfortunately, getting 10,000 people to take a new diabetes drug it's pulling teeth, and you have to like really, you know, incentivize doctors and patients, meaning you have to pay them. And once they do that, you have to pay the company that collects the data. You have to pay the company that, you know, sort of puts it together, sends it to FDA. All that stuff is like just massive paperwork. And it's a lot of it's done still in pen and paper.
How is China's process for running clinical trials different than ours?
Very similar, but like I think the wages that they pay the people to collect all the stuff is less. And I think that they sort of have it a little more streamlined. I mean, it's amazing what they can do. Like, so one of the things that confused me about China the first time I looked at it in biotech was like the average mid-sized American biotech is like 100 people, 200 people, maybe 300. But in China, it's like 6,000 people work at the same market cap. And you're like, wow, how? What are they doing? You know? And it's like, no, we have like 800 chemists sitting here. It's like, what the hell are they doing all day? But
Because of the structure in America, we have more like labs and consultants, and we still employ 6,000 people, but it's all at secondary and third tier.
I think it's capital markets.
companies.
Maybe. I think it might be more capital markets where it's like they raise the same amount we raise in the Hong Kong market. So you raise 300 million. I was like, well, what does 300 million buy you in China? You know, it buys you 800 chemists, you know, whereas it buys you about 40 chemists in San Diego. So
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wanted your take on the peptides boom.
yeah, peptides are, you know, every time somebody asks me about it, I have to laugh because peptide is defined as a small protein. And so what you're really asking is, what is my take on the unapproved self-medication boom? And, you know, when you phrase it that way, it sounds insane. And it,
No, that's like to me, I tried a peptide cycle probably 5 years ago, and I was like, okay, this is like cool, and I noticed like a moderate effect. But I also acknowledge that like I'm like administering like effectively an experiment, like an experimental drug is not the right framing, but it's not like the same as like walking into Erewhon and getting some vitamin D and, you know, having a daily supplement. It's like you're like you're doing an injection. The source matters a ton, and it is far closer to, you know, taking around anabolic steroids than it is, you know, adding some creatine to your smoothie.
I just think it's nuts. I mean, if you think it's a good idea to do your own research on medicine, self-medicate, and on uncontrolled substances that are manufactured God knows where, that have now been clinical trials. And I mean, I'm as libertarian as it gets, but I just don't understand what the impetus is to like take foreign substances without like some emergency need. And it boggles my mind because, you know, there's some psychological phenomenon where people need to feel in control, or they need something in their life that they feel like they're taking a risk on, or, you know, it's nuts. I mean, why would you do it? To me, it's
and explain why there probably will never be clinical trials for these drugs.
right. There's this edge case where, you know, you have a cosmeceutical in essence, or kind of like something that doesn't quite fit what's a disease to the FDA. So a good example is premature ejaculation. So the FDA does not consider that an illness. European drug regulators do. And so you can get approved for impotence in America because it's actually sort of a medical problem where it's like, oh, if I can't, you know, copulate and reproduce, it's a big medical kind of emergency in a sense. Premature ejaculation is sort of like, well, you have it. It is what it is. And, you know, so the FDA has never been willing to approve. A company a long time ago tried to get an old J&J drug called Dupoxetine approved for premature ejaculation. And the FDA basically said, there's no set of circumstances where we will approve this. And, you know, what's weird about that is, okay, well, what if you actually do suffer from this? And it's a severe psychological detriment. As much as we joke about it, people joked about erectile dysfunction a long time ago. And it's, it's a serious, illness to many. So you sort of live in this twilight of like, well, I know what drug works. This drug Duloxetine actually does work, but I also know it'll never be FDA approved. So what do I do? And in some ways, you're sort of like, I'm taking an unapproved, technically illegal substance and I'm buying it off some shady, third-party market. So eventually I think we need to find a way, just like almost like what we just talked about for prediction markets. You have these third markets where it's like, yeah, you can bet on, what Trump's going to say in a speech, and it's not a registered stock exchange, but it's also more than just you and me making a side bet. And it's the same thing with this, where it's like Duloxetine is not a peptide, but Duloxetine is medically useful for that disease. If you call it a disease, FDA won't say no. So it's not like I'm taking some random goop. It's a real medicine, but it's in this middle of like, what do you do with this thing? And so much of what we do as investors or whatever is in that middle. Uber, you could sort of define Uber as in that weird middle as well. So I think eventually, we need to address, like, it's not as insane as maybe I'm making it out to be. I think some of it is, but eventually you need to address this, like, how do we do peptides right?
Well, even like, yeah, BPC 157, like there's no incentive to spend the tens of millions of dollars on trials. You would need some type of trade group or something
Right.
in order to fund that, because if one company did it, then every company would get the benefit of it. So why would one company spend the tens?
We have an app for that. In drug development, we have an app for that. We can take that drug, twist it, change it, figure out, make it better, and then you get a new patent and then you have an incentive. So there is sort of a way to do that. And that's not uncommon. I mean, trolling around PubMed looking for, oh, this drug actually does something. I'll make, I take it to my boss at Merck. Boss says no patent. Come back the next day and say, here's the same drug with a nitrogen atom coming out of here. It's going to work the same way. And he says, all right, well, maybe we should run with that.
Run it.
Well, thank you so much.
Always fun.
Thank you guys. See you. We'll do.
Come back on something. I have a bunch more questions I want to ask about Godel and everything, but good to see you.
Yeah.
Cool.
Congrats on the progress.
Great dudes. Thank you.
Congrats on the new becoming a father.
Yeah, father.
Thank you.
Massive
news.
Great stuff.
We'll talk to you.
How'd that sound? You guys heard half of that, right? Or no, maybe you heard all of it? All right, I need another break. Taking so many breaks. Oh shit. I said I was going to take a break. What? Merck's still doing a new nicotinic? What is wrong with these people? Bruh. That's crazy. What's up, guys? I'm a busy guy, all right? Netflix had bad quarter. Let's take a look. I don't follow Netflix too closely. What quantum dilution is their deal? Somebody raise?
Bengaluru. What the fuck? India's paying for a quantum computer? What? Nuts. Yeah, CLS is out of control.
I should look at Doximity. Chronic fatigue syndrome. I don't know. Index your ETF, definitely. Yeah, I've seen the speed reading thing. It's not something I want to do, to be honest.
I do use Cloud Code. I also use GPT Codex. Oh man, it could be Michael. It's possible. Just about to switch to Claude. Is it Sonnet or Opus? Opus? Opus 4.5? I don't like Joby. Thanks, Michael. Oh, nice mosquito. Open source, maybe some part. Maybe chart library. When we write our own chart library. Oh man, my ankle hurts. I don't know what's going on. Strained or sprained or God knows what. No. Sure. Thanks, man. Yeah, right, MJ? Funny. Broke his ankles. I remember. That was my main concern in life. Ah, got him. Oh, what? Oh. Ooh. Hoop dreams, baby. See, I wouldn't let somebody cross me up. I just bodied him. Just set my wide stance. Oh. Move to the left. What do they say? Don't follow the eyes, follow the feet. Put the spin move on him.
Eurostep. Jordan. We should get a little hoop in this office. Yeah, interesting, Michael. I know some people doing something like that. Yeah, it's a hip, like, it's not a hip check. What is it? It's like it's a hand check? Hand check. I didn't ball in prison. I'm so out of it. I can barely move. Tell me, the waste, man. You didn't play in Rucker. You didn't play in Washington Square. What you know about? I'm always setting my feet the right way. 1 foot back. In case I gotta move. Think you can stick D better than Skrelly? Come on. Oh, wait. Pause. Pause. Hey, yo. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, yo. Gotta learn how to stick D. Wait, what? Oh, he already knows how to do that. With no defense. It's over. Charles Oakley, man. Charles Oakley was a beast. Fucking clothesline your ass. Don't ever do that again. Not in my paint. You're gonna go up like that, you're gonna get the pain. I don't care because I'm hitting the shot and I'm hitting the free throw. Might just land on that Achilles though. Whole season's over. A lot of guys don't want to risk it for the biscuit. I do that on concrete. Guys, it should have been like Jordan, that you never heard about, just as good. They're out there. Never got the break, you know what I mean? Just never got the break. That's almost funny. Mr. Brightside. My old man dance. Feet in your socks. Damn. Could have played for the Mavericks, but they found crack in my jacket. Is that rap lyrics? That sounds like rap lyrics. I mean, it's bars, but they're not your bars. Riffraff. I like it. The Wu-Tang album I sold, but then I sold the physical version of it, and then the guys who bought it got mad because they think they got the digital version too. They told the judge, but wait, why would we have bought the physical version? And I said, exactly. You should have gotten a signed agreement. And Your Honor was like, he makes a good point, this Shkreli. I don't like him, but he's making a good point. Y'all should have gotten that written down, that this is the only copy. Because how in the world are you going to trace every copy? If somebody puts it on social media and 1 million people download it, what are you going to do? Go get a restraining order on 1 million people? Bozos? And I already gave it to people way back when. I don't even remember all the people I gave it to. It was so long ago. All you have to do is say, yes, Mr. Shkreli, by signing this, I swear that there are no copies out there. And I would have told you, sirs, I cannot swear that because there are copies out there. So you're buying this thing for 4 million because why? Oh, you didn't ask me. You thought you could pull a fast one. It's still in litigation, but I think my argument is obviously pretty, let's just say, airtight. Capvaxive from Merck is selling pretty well there. Oh. I don't think American Greed is very accurate. Although I can't say I've watched it. So, I mean, I'm literally the opposite of greedy. But, you know, the media is going to do the media. That's all right. Let's see who's laughing when you play on my name like that. I'm fucking playing my name. Not fucking around anymore. I don't have any audio on this computer. I need new speakers. Let's go. Let's see, what am I? Looking for. So many good clips I can show you. But if I can't hear them, I don't know.
actual demand translated through to
Oh, shit.
dollars showing up in bank accounts at like an absolutely unprecedented takeoff rate. We're seeing companies grow much faster. I'm very skeptical that the form and shape of the products that people are using today is what they're going to be using in 5 or 10 years. And I think things are going to get much more sophisticated from here. And so I think we probably have a long way to go. These are trillion-dollar questions, not answers. But once somebody proves that it's capable, it seems to not be that hard for other people to be able to catch up, even people with far less resources. When a company is confronted with fundamentally open strategic or economic questions, it's often a big problem. Companies need to answer these questions, and if they get the answers wrong, they're really in trouble. Venture, we can bet on multiple strategies at the same time. We are aggressively investing behind every strategy that we've identified that we think has a plausible chance of working. If you want to understand people, there's basically 2 ways to understand what people are doing and thinking. One is to ask them, and then the other is to watch them. And what you often see in many areas of human activity, including politics and many different aspects of society, the answers that you get when you ask people are very different than the answers that you get when you watch them. If you run a survey or a poll of what, for example, American voters think about AI, it's just like they're all in a total panic. It's like, oh my God, this is terrible, this is awful, it's going to kill all the jobs, it's going to ruin everything. If you watch the revealed preferences, they're all using AI.
True.
A lot of folks had sent questions ahead of time, and what I've done is kind of curated into a few different sections in an AMA this morning with Mark. So what we thought we'd do is cover 4 big topics. So AI and what's happening in markets, policy and regulation, all things 816Z, and then we've got a fun catch-all, which we're calling sandbox of things if we get to it. So starting first, maybe with the biggest question. We're sitting in the middle of the AI revolution, Mark. What inning do you think we're in, and what are you most excited about?
First of all, I would say this is the biggest technological revolution of my life. And, hopefully I'll see more like this in the next, 30 years. But I mean, this is the big one. And just in terms of order of magnitude, this is clearly bigger than the internet. The comps on this are things like the microprocessor and the steam engine and electricity. So this is a really big one. The wheel.
Oh, sorry.
The reason this is so big, I mean, maybe obvious to folks at this point, but I'll just go through it quickly. So if you kind of trace all the way back to the 1930s, there's a great book called Rise of the Machines that kind of goes through this. If you trace all the way back to the 1930s, there was actually a debate among the people who actually invented the computer. And it was this sort of debate between whether they kind of understood the theory of computation before they actually built the things. They had this big debate over whether the computer should be basically built in the image of what at the time were called adding machines or calculating machines. Think of sort of essentially cash registers. IBM is actually the successor company to the National Cash Register Company of America. And that was, of course, the path that the industry took, which was building these kind of hyper literal, mathematical machines, that could execute mathematical operations billions of times per second, but of course had no ability to kind of deal with human beings the way humans like to be dealt with. And so, couldn't understand, human speech, human language, and so forth. And that's the computer industry that got built over the last 80 years. And that's the computer industry that's built all the wealth of and financial returns of the computer industry over the last 80 years, across all the generations of computers from mainframes through to smartphones. But they knew at the time, they knew in the 30s, actually, they understood the basic structure of the human brain. They understood, they had a theory of sort of human cognition, and actually they had the theory of neural networks. And so they had this theory that there's actually the first neural network academic paper was published in 1943, which was over 80 years ago, which is extremely amazing. There's an interview, you can read an interview, or you can watch an interview on YouTube with these 2 authors, McCullough and Pitts, and you can watch an interview, I think, with McCullough on YouTube from 1946 or something. He was on TV, in the ancient past. And it's literally it's an amazing interview because it's him in his beach house, and for some reason he's not wearing a shirt. And he's talking about this future in which computers are going to be, built on the model of the human brain through neural networks. And that was the path not taken. And basically what happened was, the computer industry got built in the image of the adding machine. And the neural network basically didn't happen, but the neural network as an idea continued to be explored in academia and in sort of advanced research by sort of a rump, movement that was originally called cybernetics and then became known as artificial intelligence, basically for the last 80 years. And essentially it didn't work. Essentially it was basically decade after decade after decade of excessive optimism, followed by disappointment. When I was in college in the 80s, there had been a famous kind of AI boom bust cycle in the 80s in venture in Silicon Valley. I mean, it was tiny by modern standards, but it at the time was a big deal. By the time I got to college in '89, in computer science departments, AI was kind of a backwater field, and everybody kind of assumed that it was never going to happen. But the scientists kept working on it to their credit, and they built up this kind of enormous reservoir of concepts and ideas, and then basically we all saw what happened with the ChatGPT moment. All of a sudden, it sort of crystallized. And it's like, oh my god, right? It turns out it works. And so that's the moment we're in now. And then really significantly, that was that was less than 3 years ago, right? That was the summer of 22. It was the Christmas of 22, and so we're sort of 3 years in to basically what is effectively an 80-year revolution of actually being able to deliver on all the promise that the people on the alternate path, the sort of human cognition model path, kind of saw from the very beginning. And then the great news with this technology is it's kind of ultra democratized. The best AI in the world is available on ChatGPT or Grok or Gemini or these other products that you can just use. And you can just kind of see how they work. And, same thing for video. You can see with Sora and Veo kind of state of the art. With that, you can see with music, you can see, Suno and IDEO and so forth. And so we're basically seeing that happen. And now Silicon Valley is responding with this just like incredible rush of enthusiasm. And, really critically, this gets to the magic of Silicon Valley, which is, Silicon Valley long since has ceased to be a place where people make silicon. That that's not long ago moved out of California and then ultimately out of the U.S. Although we're trying to bring it back now. But the great kind of virtue of Silicon Valley over the last 80 years of its existence is its ability to kind of recycle talent from previous waves of technology to new waves of technology, and then inspire an entire new generation of talent, to basically come join the project. And so Silicon Valley has this recurring pattern of being able to reallocate capital and talent and build enthusiasm and build critical mass and build funding support and build, human capital and build, everything enthusiasm, for each new wave of technology. And so that's what's happening with AI. I think probably the biggest thing I could just say is like, I'm surprised, I think essentially on a daily basis of what I'm seeing. And we're in the fortunate position to kind of get to see it from two angles. One is we track the underlying science and kind of research work very carefully. And so I would say like every day I see a new AI research paper that just like completely floors me, of some new capability, or some new discovery, or some new development that I would have never anticipated. I'm just like, wow, I can't believe this is happening. And then on the other side, of course, we see the flow of all of the new products and all the new startups. And I would say we're routinely kind of seeing things that again kind of have my jaw on the floor. And so, it feels like we've unlocked this giant vista. I do think it's going to kind of come in fits and starts. These things are messy processes. This is an industry that kind of routinely gets out over its skis and over promises. And so, there will certainly be points where it's like, wow, this isn't working as well as people thought, or, wow, this turns out to be too expensive and the economics don't work or whatever. But against that, I would just say the capabilities are truly magical. And by the way, I think that's the experience that consumers are having when they use it, and I think that's the experience that businesses are having for the most part when they, when they're working on their pilots and looking at adoption. And then it translates to the underlying numbers. I mean, we're just seeing this new wave of AI companies is growing revenue, like just like actual customer revenue, actual demand. Translated through to dollars showing up in bank accounts, at like an absolutely unprecedented takeoff rate. We're seeing companies grow much faster. The key leading AI companies and the companies that have real breakthroughs and have very compelling products are growing revenues at kind of faster than any wave I've certainly ever seen before. And so just from all that, it kind of feels like it has to be early. Like it's kind of hard to imagine that we've topped out in any way. It feels like everything is still developing. I mean, quite frankly, it feels like the products are still super early. Like I'm very skeptical that the form and shape of the products that people are using today is what they're going to be using in 5 or 10 years. I think things are going to get much more sophisticated from here. And so I think we probably have a long way to go.
Maybe on that topic. So one of the big knocks is, yes, the revenue is immense, but the expenses seem to also be keeping pace. So like, what are people missing as a part of that discussion and topic?
Yeah, so just start with just like core business models, right? And so you're right. There's basically this industry basically has two core business models: consumer business model and the quote unquote enterprise or infrastructure business model. Look, on the consumer side, we just live in a very interesting world now where the internet exists and is fully deployed, right? And so I'll give you an example. Sometimes people ask, is AI like the internet revolution? It's like, well, a little bit, but like the thing with the internet was we had to build the internet. Like we had to actually build the network, and we actually had to, and ultimately it involved an enormous amount of fiber in the ground, and it involved enormous numbers of like mobile cell towers, and enormous number of shipments of smartphones and tablets and laptops in order to get people on the internet. Like there was this like just like incredible physical lift, to do that. And by the way, people forget how long that took, right? The internet itself is a invention of the 1960s, 1970s. The consumer internet, was a new phenomenon in the early 90s. But we didn't really get broadband to the home until the 2000s. That really didn't start rolling out actually until after the dot-com crash, which is fairly amazing. And then we didn't get mobile broadband until like 2010. And people actually forget the original iPhone dropped in 2007. It didn't have broadband. It was on a narrowband 2G network. It did not have high speed, like it did not have anything resembling high speed data. And so it wasn't really until, really about 15 years ago that we even had mobile broadband. So the internet was this massive lift, but the internet got built, right? And smartphones proliferated. And so the point is now you have 5 billion people on planet Earth that are on some version of, mobile broadband internet, right? And, smartphones all over the world are selling for, as little as like $10. And you have these, amazing projects like Geo in India that are bringing, the sort of the remaining, kind of the remaining population of planet Earth that hasn't been online until now is coming online. So, so we're talking 5 billion, 6 billion, people. And then the reason I go through that is the consumer AI products could basically deploy to all of those people basically as quickly as they want to adopt, right? And so the internet's the carrier wave for AI to be able to proliferate at kind of light speed into the broad base of the global population. And let's just say that's a potential rate of proliferation of a new technology that's just far faster than has ever been possible before. Like, like you couldn't download electricity, right? You couldn't download you couldn't download indoor plumbing. You couldn't download television, but you can download AI. And this is what we're seeing, which is the AI consumer the AI consumer killer applications are growing at an incredible rate. And then they're monetizing really well. And again, I mentioned this already, but like generally speaking, the monetization is very good. By the way, including at higher price points. One of the things I like about about watching the AI wave is the AI companies I think are more creative on pricing than the SaaS companies and the consumer internet companies were. And so it's for example, now becoming routine to have $200 or $300 per month tiers for consumer AI, which I think is very positive because I think I think a lot of companies cap their kind of opportunity by capping their pricing kind of too low, and I think the AI companies are more willing to push that, which I think is good. So anyway, so that I think that's the reason for I would say considerable rational optimism for the scope of consumer revenues that we're going to be talking about here, and then. On the enterprise side, there the question is basically just, what is intelligence worth, right? And if you have the ability to inject more intelligence into your business, and you have the ability to do, even the most prosaic things like raise your customer service scores, increase upsells, or reduce churn, or if you have the ability to, run marketing campaigns more effectively, all of which AI is directly relevant to. These are direct business payoffs, that people are seeing already. And then if you have the opportunity to infuse AI into new products, and all of a sudden your car talks to you, and everything in the world kind of lights up and starts to get really smart. What's that worth? And again, there you kind of observe it, and you're like, wow, the leading AI infrastructure companies are growing revenues incredibly quickly. The pull is really tremendous. And so again, there it feels like this just incredible. Product market fit. And the core business model, right, is actually quite interesting. The core business model is basically tokens by the drink, right? And so it's sort of tokens of intelligence, per dollar. And then by the way, this is the other fun thing is if you look at what's happening with the price of AI, the price of AI is falling much faster than Moore's law. And when I could go through that in great detail, but basically, all of the inputs into AI are on a per unit basis, the costs are collapsing, and then as a consequence, there's kind of this hyperdeflation of per unit cost, and then that is driving, a more than corresponding level of demand growth, with elasticity. And so, we're even there, we're it feels like we're just at the very beginning of kind of, figuring out exactly how, expensive or cheap this stuff is getting. I mean, look, there's just no question tokens by the drink are going to get a lot cheaper from here. That's just going to drive, I think, enormous demand. And then everything in the cost structure is going to get optimized, right? And so, when people talk about the chips or, whatever, kind of the unit input costs for building AI, you now have these like the losses of blind demand are gonna kick in, right? But what's the in any market that has sort of commodity like characteristics, the number one cause of a glut is a shortage, and the number one cause of a shortage is a glut, right? And so you have, to the extent you have like shortage of GPUs or shortage of whatever inference chips or shortage of whatever data center space, if you look at just the history of humanity building things in response to demand, if there's a shortage of something that can be physically replicated, it does get replicated. And so there's going to be like just enormous build out of all. I mean, there's just hundreds of billions or at this point trillions of dollars maybe going into the ground in all these things. And so the per unit cost of the AI companies are going to drop like a rock, over the course of the next decade. And so I mean. The economic questions, of course, are very real, and of course, there's microeconomic questions around all these businesses. But the sort of macro forces that have been unleashed here, I think, are very strong. I just, given the underlying value of this technology to both the consumers and to the enterprise users, and given the just like incredibly aggressive discovery that's happening of all the ways that people can use this in their lives and in their businesses, like it's really hard for me to see how it both doesn't grow a lot and generate just enormous revenue.
Yeah, and actually, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago where AWS was saying like the GPUs that they've been using, they've been able to extend back to even like 7+ years. So like the shelf life also of the GPUs that they're using is now extending in ways of which they can optimize better than maybe perhaps the last couple of cycles as well. Is that the right way to think about it as well?
Yeah, that's right. And then that's one really important question and observation. And then, by the way, that also gets to this other kind of question where there's different theories on it, which is basically big models versus small models.
Mhm.
And so a lot of the data center build is oriented around hosting, training, and serving the big models, for all the obvious reasons. But there's also the small model revolution is happening at the same time. And if you just kind of track, you can get the various research firms have these charts you can get. But if you just kind of track the capability of the leading edge models over time, what you find is after 6 or 12 months, there's a small model that's just as capable. And so there's this kind of chase function that's happening, which is the capabilities of the big models are basically being shrunk down and provided at smaller size and then therefore smaller cost, quite quickly. So I'll just give you the most recent example that's just kind of hit over the last 2 weeks. And again, this is the thing that's just kind of shocking. Is there's this Chinese company that has I forget the name of the company, but it's the company that produces the model called Kimi, just spelled KIMI, which is one of the leading open source models out of China. The new version of Kimi is a reasoning model that is, at least according to the benchmark so far, is basically a replication of the reasoning capabilities of GPT-5. Right. And the reasoning models of GPT-5 were a big advance over GPT-4. And of course, GPT-5 costs a tremendous amount of money to develop and to serve. And all of a sudden, here we are, whatever, 6 months later, and you have an open source model called Kimi. And I don't know if they've had, it's either shrunk down to be able to run on either it's like 1 MacBook or 2 MacBooks. Right. And so you can all of a sudden, if you have like an application, if you're a business and you want to have a reasoning model that's GPT-5 capable, but you're not going to pay the whatever GPT-5 cost, or you're not going to want to have it be hosted and you want to run it locally, you can do that. And again, that's just like another, it's just like another, it's another breakthrough. Like it's another Tuesday, another huge advance. It's like, oh my God. And then of course it's like, all right, well, what is OpenAI going to do? Well, obviously they're going to go to GPT-6, right? Right. And so there's this kind of laddering that's happening where the entire industry is moving forward. The big models are getting more capable. The small models are kind of chasing them. And then the small models provide, completely different way to deploy, at very low price points. And so, yeah, I think, we'll see what happens. I mean, there are some very smart people in the industry who think that ultimately everything only runs in the big models because obviously the big models are always going to be the smartest, and so therefore you're always, you're always going to want the most intelligent thing, because why would you ever want something that's not the most intelligent thing for any application? The counter argument is just there's a huge number of tasks that take place in the economy and in the world that don't require Einstein. Where 120 IQ person is great. You don't need a 160 IQ PhD in string theory. You just like have somebody who's competent and capable, and it's great. And so we've talked about this before. I tend to think the AI industry is going to be structured a lot like the computer industry ended up getting structured, which is you're going to have a small handful of basically the equivalent of supercomputers, which are these like giant, kind of we call God models that are running in these giant data centers. I'm not like convinced on this, but my kind of working assumption is what happens is then you have this cascade down of smaller models, ultimately all the way to very small models that run on embedded systems, right? Run on individual chips inside every physical item in the world. And that, the smartest models will always be at the top, but the volume of models will actually be the smaller models that proliferate out. And right, that's what happened with microchips. It's what happened with the computers, which became microchips, and then it's what happened with operating systems and with a lot of everything else that we built in software. So I tend to think that's what will happen. Just quickly on the chip side, again, like chips, if you look at the entire history of the chip industry, shortages become gluts, and you get just, like anytime there's a giant profit pool in a new chip category, somebody has a lead for a while and kind of gets, let's say the profits appropriate to what we call robust market share. But in time, what happens, right, is that draws competition, and of course, that's happening right now. So NVIDIA's an absolutely fantastic company, fully deserves the position that they're in, fully deserves the profits that they're generating, but they're now so valuable, generating so many profits, that it's the bat signal of all time to the rest of the chip industry to figure out how to advance the state of the art in AI chips. And that's already, by the way, and that's already happening, right? And so you've got other major companies like AMD coming at them, and then you've got, really significantly, you've got the hyperscalers building their own chips. And so a bunch of those kind of big tech companies are building their own chips, and of course then the Chinese are building their own chips as well. And so it's like pretty likely in 5 years